It's election night, and the polls just closed.
It's really important to get our word out.
12 News' dedicated team of journalists are live across the state at campaign headquarters.
There's a lot we know already about how the vote might be trending.
Focusing on Arizona's biggest races. The battle for the U.S. Senate between Kari Lake.
Let's save Arizona and let's save America.
And Ruben Gallego.
Your vote is your voice, and I look forward to working for you no matter if you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent.
The highly contested congressional districts. The ballot props that will affect our lives. And who will be the next president of the United States?
Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
Ready for a new way forward.
This is the night we've been waiting for. Exclusive 12 News election night coverage of Arizona Decision 2024 on 12 Plus starts now.
And good evening, everyone, and welcome to 12 News special coverage of Decision 2024 on this historic election night. Could battleground state Arizona decide who wins the White House, and which direction will our state and local races swing? There's a lot on the line tonight, and we have it all covered right here on 12 Plus. Mark, we're going to have continuous hours of live coverage of everything election. We've got the Valley and the state covered tonight.
Just to put it in context, this is our Super Bowl.
Yes.
I mean, there's the NFL Super Bowl. This is America's Super Bowl. This is it. This is the pinnacle for America. So much on the line. Many people saying, and I would agree, we'll find out if Bram Resnick agrees, the most consequential U.S. election since 1860 when Abraham Lincoln was running, and America, ironically, as it is now, was deeply divided.
It's more than deep division, and the historians agree on this. This is the most consequential election since 1860. You have, on the one hand, potential for the first female president to be elected. On the other side, the first president who would be a criminal convict, who would have sentencing in 3 weeks or so, and is already charged with conspiring to overturn an election. And there are questions about what Donald Trump would do going forward in the office. Kamala Harris, it's fair to say, is in a pretty wide mainstream of candidates for president. Those are the stakes right now, and I want to kind of set the table for you for what we're going to see at 8 p.m. tonight. We're going to see the first million or so ballots from Maricopa County, plus other ballots from around the state. Those are all early ballots. In most cases, they were turned in before Friday or Thursday. That's a little fuzzy. And the way early ballots are trending, majority Republican, not votes, but just ballots, it appears that at 8 p.m. we're going to see Republicans leading at the top of the ticket. Donald Trump should have a lead, we expect. Kari Lake in the Senate race should be in the lead. Now, there's a long way to go. There would be maybe 1.5 million more ballots to count. That's a rough estimate, so long way to go. More ballots to be released later tonight, tomorrow, day after. But that's where things stand right now. And at some point, we're going to have to talk about late early ballots, because they will figure into this ballot count and why it could be delayed. Okay, we're going to talk.
And what are those late earlies, to just clarify for folks watching?
Late earlies are late early ballots, and they're the ballots that people who have early ballots filled out and dropped off today at vote centers. Here's why they're a problem. Nothing against the folks who dropped them off today, like on the eBay sitting next to me.
Oh, why'd you have to call me out like that?
I want to point out, you take care with your ballot. That's all.
It's a holiday for me. I like to do it on the day of.
Holiday. Terrific.
Happy holidays.
Get yourself out, girl. So seriously, so these don't get counted today. They have to be counted. The number of them have to be counted by tonight before they can go to the tabulation center. That's because of a new law. Then they have to be signature verified. So those ballots, and we have no idea how many of them there are. We might find out later tonight or tomorrow. We have no idea how many of them are. The results of those ballots will slowly filter out through the rest of the week. To end this, just remember back to 2018 when Martha McSally was leading Kyrsten Sinema in that Senate race. It was the early ballots that delivered victory to Kyrsten Sinema several days later.
Bram, how has voting gone today? I mean, there's been a lot of focus on Arizona and just how smoothly or not smoothly our voting process would go today. What are you hearing?
Well, what I'm hearing and seeing, and I think what our reporters will verify, it has been an exceptionally smooth day for voting. There have been lines at some polling places. That happens. The lines dissipated. People got to vote. There are no reports of anyone not getting to vote, no reports of any serious equipment breakdowns that affected the vote. One thing I do need to point out, up in Navajo County, in Apache County, excuse me, the Navajo Nation is suing Apache County right now, an emergency lawsuit, to keep the polls open there till 9 p.m. They say they weren't open on time this morning. There were other hurdles to voting. This is a big deal. It could, number one, slow down the vote. It's an especially a big deal to Democrats. Joe Biden won Apache County with 66% of the vote in 2020, so there's a major Democratic stronghold. We'll provide updates on that situation as we get there.
And we'll see if Native Americans get out and vote. Jonathan Nez, former president of the Navajo Nation, is running in a congressional race that we will talk about later on. But he and Ruben Gallego spent extensive time traveling through all of the tribal nations, trying to drum up and get out the Native American vote. It's a significant block if they turn out.
It's a significant block. Ruben Gallego traveled to at least 20 of the 22 tribal nations. I was with him on one of those trips down to the Havasupai Nation at the bottom of the canyon. It's an important vote, and especially as we keep talking about this election, we keep repeating the race is going to be tight. That's what I hear from all the players involved. The race is going to be tight. Every vote matters. The Native vote could be significant on the Democratic side. Republicans aren't giving up without a fight. They've been contesting it as well, going up to the Navajo Nation, other tribal lands, to appeal to those voters.
All right, Bram, so you're going to be here with us all night giving us analysis. We have crews out in the field at voting centers, crews at the tabulation center. We have crews at the Democratic and Republican watch parties tonight. But first, we're going to head out to Sean Rice. He is out in the West Valley at Goodyear at a voting center where the voting center just closed about 7 minutes ago. Sean, how are things looking there?
Yeah, hey there, Caribe. For the last couple of hours, we've been here at Goodyear City Hall. There's been quite a line developing here in the West Valley, mainly here at this location at Goodyear City Hall. I'm told folks are waiting anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes even longer, to get through this line here behind me. Now, I want to show you what we're seeing. This gentleman here in the blue is actually an elections worker working here. He's cut off this line. That's because the polls just closed at 7 p.m. this evening. An elections worker came out and it gave a resounding "Hear ye, hear ye, the polls have now closed." But anyone who remains in this line before that time will, of course, have their ballots counted. I want to show you some video we shot earlier this evening here at Goodyear City Hall. Several folks tell me they had to wait until they were off work to come into this location and vote in person here today. Many say they had no problem standing in it because of just how important this election is to them. Now, some express surprise that it is as long as it is, while others say it's expected in battleground Arizona. Take a listen.
Not surprising, because this is an important election. Everybody wants their voice to be heard.
Not even 45 minutes. It was in it quick. They doing a good job in there.
Were they? Were you in this line right here?
I was in this line. I just came out there. They running them through real quick.
I was actually surprised. Yeah, I walked in and I'm thinking I actually thought I was going to be inside, like everyone was going to be inside, but then I said, oh wow, that's kind of long. Then we walk around the corner. Oh yeah.
Now, Arizona has a two-page ballot for the first time since 2006. Poll workers here in Goodyear tell me that is, of course, adding to the wait times, but they fully expect to process everyone and get everyone through this line by the end of this evening. So as you heard a moment ago, several of these voters are certainly not discouraged by the length of the line. Many have actually complimented the work being done inside to ensure that everyone's vote is counted on this, of course, consequential election night 2024. As for how long it will take, many of the election workers I spoke with, as we show you it one more time, they tell me that even if it takes until midnight tonight to get everyone through this line, they will remain here for as long as it takes to ensure that everyone's voice is heard. We'll send it back to you guys.
And Sean, do they have a sign or something that says that you can't get in line anymore?
Yeah, no type of sign. What it is they've just put an elections worker right at the very end of that line. We saw a few folks that maybe didn't realize the polls closed at 7. They came up, tried to get in line. They were turned away. So they're really, of course, as Arizona law requires, adhering to that 7 p.m. poll closing time. And nobody else is allowed in. So just that election worker at the end of the line to let everyone know that those are the rules and everyone has to abide by them.
All right, Sean Rice, thank you. Let's continue our coverage now. One of the really interesting things that we're seeing today is 2 huge blocks of voters are coming out. Students and women. In North Carolina and in Pennsylvania, women are turning out. And I want to get your take on this, but if perhaps those 2 voting blocks were undercounted, women responding to women's reproductive rights in that issue and how big of an issue that could be going forward. And when you talk about students, at ASU, we've seen a tremendous voter turnout today. Let's check in with 12 News journalist Rachel Cole, who has been in the line at ASU near the fitness center for most of the day. Rachel?
Yeah, and Mark, it's interesting you bring up the women voters. There are quite a few over here, specifically a huge group of people that are holding up signage for Prop 139 and making sure that they are educating the voters in and near the line. And if people wonder why it takes so long to count votes, it's because there's still an extreme amount of people in line here at the ASU Fitness Center on the ASU campus in Tempe. So, of course, we also had an elections worker come out and stop the line at 7 o'clock. But the people who are in line, of course, will get to cast their ballots. And there are plenty of booths inside the gymnasium. And everything has, as Bram said, been exceptionally smooth, you know, knock on wood. But this is our second location today, and everything has been smooth sailing. And what's really cool is to see all of these young, a lot of first-time voters out here. Even with all of their opposing swag on, a lot of Harris Walls t-shirts, you know, Sun Devils for Harris Walls, and then you've got, of course, all of your red Make America Great Again hats out here, and a lot of people just trying to educate each other and make sure that everyone is well versed as they go in and face that 2-page ballot. You know, as we know, across Arizona, 79 choices on average across the state of Arizona. So it's great to see all these people in line. A lot of people saying party at the polls, so it's far from stressful, even with the long lines and things moving very smoothly. We had a chance to talk with some first-time voters a little earlier today. Go ahead and take a listen.
I like to at least listen to everybody. Maybe I don't agree, but everybody has a right to express their opinions. Everyone has a right to at least think what they want to think. Maybe I don't agree with it. Maybe I just don't really think it's a great idea, but that's okay.
Prop 139 automatically comes to a lot of voters' minds, no matter what side of the, you know, like, opinion you're on. I think that's probably like my #1 issue right now.
So as we said, been chatting with a lot of different voters, and again, you can kind of tell who they're voting for based on the t-shirts they're rocking, the swag they've got. And what's cool is they walk in, they cast their ballot, and guess what? They hit the intramural fields all together over there. We've seen a couple of Harris Walls supporters saying, oh, there goes my friend on the scooter with the MAGA hat on. So it's been very peaceful out here, and it's really cool to see this younger generation get out and vote and feel like they are making an impact, because as we know, they certainly are, and the people who are still in line will get that opportunity to cast those ballots. We'll send it back to you guys from Tempe.
Rachel, is there one galvanizing issue that all of the students seem to be pretty jazzed about, and maybe one of the reasons that drew them out there to vote today?
You know, a lot of it is the economy. Several of them mentioned gas prices, even though I was under the impression they all rode scooters, as I see them all whizzing by behind me for the last couple of hours. But a lot of them say that the economy is important. You know, they're not going to be able to live on those M&G dollars forever. So they said that they also want interest rates to drop, because they want to be able to buy those houses as first-time home buyers and kind of get out from under mom and dad or their guardians' aid when it comes to finances. So a lot of them are talking about the economy out here, and it's just great to see. A lot of them voted early too, so they wouldn't miss class. I find that very admirable. I love that.
Yeah. All right. Rachel, thanks. Looks like things are going great out there. Okay, but part of the reason why we're seeing some of those long lines is because of this. This is the ballot, 2 pages, front and back. You literally, it's almost like homework, Bram, reading through some of these propositions. I know. When was the last time you've seen a ballot this, lengthy?
It's been almost 20 years.
Really?
Since we've seen a ballot that long. And the ballot is really one of the storylines tonight, right? Just the length, how long it takes to fill it out. If you haven't filled it out, I can't imagine standing at a desk in a polling place and trying to fill it out, because it takes...
You've got that pressure on behind you. Right. They're waiting to get in.
Right, but that's the thing. And so the question many, especially people involved in Democratic and Republican politics will ask, okay, do you just kind of make your really big choice at the top of the ticket and everything else you just go along party lines? For example, both Democrats and Republicans are telling people not to vote yes on a ballot measure that would eliminate partisan primaries. But there are many on which they disagree, many Republican measures, candidates on there. So you might get party line votes, and maybe voters aren't going to be as discriminating when they make their decisions about candidates or ballot measures or other things. And certainly we've heard from a lot of voters who are very confused by some of those ballot measures. I will tell you, the confusion is intentional. It's a feature, not a bug, in many of these cases. So the ballot itself is a story in this election.
Yeah.
But so far, I will say, at least I haven't heard about any paper issues, tabulation issues, toner issues. I mean, the night is young, but so far so good.
So far so good. And I just want to give so much praise to all those people standing out there in line for clearly whatever it's going to take, 45 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, or 3. Thank you. Thank you for caring about our election.
Well, maybe that's what they're doing. They've got their phones, they're pulling up the ballot, and they're going through it right now before they get to the actual...
Apparently, there's a lot of Googling going on.
I was going to say, lots of Googling.
Searches.
Yeah, Google searches. Okay, so let's see how voters in Scottsdale are handling this 2-page ballot here. We're going to send it out to Trisha Hendricks. She is live at a voting center there that has been closed now for about 16 minutes. How's it going there, Trisha?
Yes, 16 minutes to be exact. There was a lot of loud cheering, clapping, even dancing here as soon as we hit that 7 o'clock mark, and even a DJ playing some Whitney Houston. I mean, it was kind of a party out here, you guys. But yeah, all day long, it has been a steady stream of people out here at the Indian Bend Wash Visitor Center. We're off of Indian School Road and Hayden. And take a look, there's about a dozen people left, couple dozen maybe, from the part of the line that we can see outside of the Visitor Center, still yet to cast their ballot. Excited, of course, and in this highly anticipated decision-making process. Most of the people that we talked with throughout the day out here said that it was about a 20 to 30-minute wait to get in, but of course that it was well worth it to cast their ballot. A lot of people basing their decisions on the economy, inflation, abortion, Prop 139, as well as the border, immigration issues. I mean, so many things to tackle in this election. We talked with voters in line about the mood this evening and the top issues driving their voting decisions. Here's what they had to say.
Well, I am a female entrepreneur, so a lot to do with like taxes and just deciding based on like empowerment and kind of things that can help my business.
I was actually really happy to not see like a lot of people like heckling. Like I've heard some horror stories where people are heckling in the parking lot or anything, but that wasn't the case. And when I declined anybody, they were like, okay, they were really respectful about it. So I think it makes an easier process to come out.
The people that we talked with, they're really keeping who they voted for in the Senate and for president confidential, but say they are firm with their choices and have been made those decisions based on their core beliefs. And with that being said, it was nice to see everyone being cordial to one another this election day. Besides a little wait, of course, it was about 20 to 30 minutes. Didn't seem like it was anything major for a lot of folks that just said they were excited to exercise their right to vote and really felt empowered to do so. So no major issues out here in Scottsdale at this hour. Some good news to pass along to you. Mark Kriebe, over to you.
All right, Trisha, thanks. Bram a second ago was giving kudos to all of the people waiting in line all over town in these polls. But you also have to give props to elections workers who have put up with so much, not just, hopefully not today, but for sure 2 years ago and 4 years ago. And so one of the men in charge of making sure everything runs smoothly is Supervisor Bill Gates. He is on hand with our own Colleen Sikora at the Tabulation Center. Hey, Colleen.
Yeah, good evening. It's been a long day, a long night still ahead. Supervisor Bill Gates, thank you so much for joining us. How are things going? Obviously, polls closed here just a little bit ago. Still some folks in line, though.
Yeah, that's right. The polls closed. We've got about 250,000 people who have checked in for the day for in-person voting. But like we always say, everyone who is in line at 7 p.m., they'll be allowed to wait in line as long as it takes for them to have the ability to vote in this historic election. So looks like maybe we've got about 5,000 or so left in line when you look at all the 246 vote centers across Maricopa County. So we're getting those folks through, and then we will be in a position where we can start to close down the vote centers and start to bring the results in to our central tabulation.
Tell me about, so 250,000 check-ins. That's lower than you had anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, we had thrown that about 300,000 number out there. That was an estimate. So we're close, but we are below it. We feel like maybe part of that was just we had such enthusiasm for early voting. We shattered records for early in-person voting, and we had, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots as well. So the bottom line is there was a lot of participation in this election, just as we expected.
And to get to those early ballots dropped off today, obviously poll workers are going to start dealing with those. A new law went into effect. It added, if I memory is serving correctly, about 30 minutes or so to count all of those green affidavit envelopes, not counting the votes themselves, but counting up those envelopes in order to then bring them back here. How are things looking to count those green affidavit envelopes with those early ballots in them to get them back?
Yeah, so this is something that we did in the primary, so we do have experience at it. This is a major undertaking. This is a new law that was passed by the legislature, so we actually have hundreds and hundreds of county employees, or I like to kind of compare it to a pitcher coming out of the bullpen. So these are fresh people. They haven't been working all day on this work, so they're going to come in, they're going to count those up, but we will have to wait until they have completed that hand count of those green envelopes, and then and only then will we then be able to also bring in the memory cards with the results from in-person voting today on those on-site tabulators.
And with that, you're expecting, we obviously still have that 8 p.m. drop, about 1.2 million of those early ballots that were dropped off, about 70 to 75% that you guys had before Election Day. Tell me about, after that 8 p.m. drop, when are we expecting results?
Yes, so we would expect the next results somewhere around 9:30 or 10 p.m. this evening, and those will be the first on-site tabulator votes, so from Election Day. And then as we go through the evening and into the early morning hours, we will continue to go through those, so we'll see, you know, upwards of 200,000 votes that will then be tabulated and reported. They'll be reported from the on-site tabulation going into the wee hours of the morning. And then we'll move into Wednesday, and we will have further updates with more of the early ballots that will be reported later on in the evening on Wednesday. So again, as we've been saying for the past few days, we're asking for everyone's patience. We're going to get through this count as quickly as we possibly can, but we are always going to choose accuracy over speed.
And to get to all of these steps, signature verification and everything going on, not only with the early ballots, but also then following the new law, bringing those early ballots dropped off today back, getting the memory cards put in, takes a lot of people. You have people working around the clock.
Yes, we are working a 24/7 operation here. We've got people who are going to be out at these vote centers later into the evening before they can all get in. We've got over 4,000 temporary employees who make this work. We are incredibly grateful to them. They're working 16, 18, 20-hour days already, and we're going to be asking more of them over the next few days. So I really implore the people, the residents of Maricopa County out there, to have patience with them. These are, you know, these are our heroes, right? These are our uncles, our aunts, our grandfathers, grandmothers, and they are the ones that are bringing all this together. And so we're grateful to them, but let's give them a break and let's show a lot of patience with the team.
I know I asked you this earlier, with all of the extra people you hired, to get to this point, polls closed, still have lines which was, I think, anticipated at this point. Still feeling good about everything you did to get to this point.
Yes, yeah. No, we feel very good. We had a plan. We put it in practice. It worked. We had just minor issues throughout the day, which were really not even issues. I mean, they were expected. When you're running this many pieces of paper through a printer, you're going to have toner go down. So there were places where we had to, increase the amount of toner. But we are thrilled with the way this went very smoothly, and the fact that people got to go out and exercise their right to vote. And it sounds like, the reports we're hearing, people who were out there at the vote centers getting along well. That's what, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, enjoying being Maricopa County voters and being civil to one another. We need more of that. We need to get back to this as a county, a state, and a country. And I think this is a great first step.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Bill Gates. And obviously, still the message tonight, if you are in line, stay in line. You'll still have a chance to vote, but for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, and Bram, you had a question for Bill Gates.
Yeah, Colleen, I had a question for Bill Gates, and it regards, you may have touched on this, it regards the late early ballots dropped off today. How soon will the county know how many there are of those late earlies?
When it comes to those late early ballots dropped off today, any idea when we could know how many of those that there were?
Yeah, we will know the number of late earlies dropped off at some point tomorrow. We will have those figures, and then we can figure from there how many remaining votes we'll have to be tabulated and then to be reported.
Thank you so much.
All right, Colleen, live there with Bill Gates out at the Tabulation Center. All right, Colleen, we'll check in with you a little bit later on. Bram, you had an update on a situation that's happening on the Navajo Nation.
Right. Earlier we told you the Navajo Nation was suing Apache County to keep polling places there open until 9 o'clock. Jen Fifield of votebeat.org is now reporting that an Apache County judge will allow 9 of 44 polling places to stay open until 9. Those apparently were polling places that had some of the most serious problems or had problems, period. So voting on the Navajo Nation, parts of the Navajo Nation, will remain in Apache County, will remain open till 9 o'clock tonight. All the other polling places, vote centers in Arizona have closed at 7. Those will remain open. That could extend the time to count the vote. There could be other issues involved in that. This county is important to Democrats. Joe Biden won it in 2020 with 66% of the vote. So this might not be done just yet. Maybe more litigation involved.
All right, Bram, thanks. All right, we always talk about the race to 270 electoral votes. As most of you know, you can have one candidate win the popular vote and lose the electoral vote. For more on that, we want to check in with 12 News journalist Will Pitts, who's looking at the national count.
Yeah, this is basically, do you want to see democracy in action? This is what it looks like. This is the map up to 270 electoral votes. Now, I want to kind of explain how to read this map a little bit. Just because it's a shade of blue or a shade of red doesn't mean it's been called yet. Only the dark states have been called. So these states that are in blue right here, they're just leaning toward Harris. The states in red here, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, leaning toward Trump, but has not been called yet. Up here, this is kind of the thermometer. Once you get here, dead center to 270, you've won. You've won the presidency, which is why, because these blue states right here are not called for Harris yet. That's why we're at 178 Trump, 99 Harris. But look how quickly this can change. See this chunk right here? This big uncalled block right there? That's California. As soon as you get California, you win a massive chunk of the Electoral College. And of course, this will start filling up a little bit more. You can see how some of these states, let's pick Colorado, for instance, are leaning right now. County leader, you've got Harris leading along this side of the state. You've got Trump leading on this side of the state. Denver, of course, is coming in very, very strongly Harris right now. So you've got a lot of these that are still up in the air right now. And of course, the entire West Coast right here has yet to even report any results in. So this is going to start creeping toward the center. Both sides will kind of meet in the middle sometime tonight. Somebody's going to cross over that 270, and that's who's going to be the next president, guys.
Okay. Well, thanks. Well, context is something that we want to try to deliver tonight. That's why we're so happy that Bram is with us. But also, Two former politicians are with us to give us some context. Right now, Andre Cherney, the former head of the Arizona Democratic Party, and former Congressman Matt Salmon are with Troy Hayden. Guys?
Yeah, a couple of grizzled veterans when it comes to Arizona politics and national politics. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. So we're going to be going out to the Democratic Party get-together on election night coming up in just a few minutes, but we're not going to the Republican get-together because there isn't one. So we want to point that out. So, Matt, you've been in politics a long time, Republican Party for decades and decades.
Right.
Do you remember a time like this? They say they can't do it because they spend all their money trying to get past the finish line with candidates.
Right. No, I've never seen it ever happen like this before. There's always been a big bash on election night by the Republican Party, always.
What are your thoughts on there's not one tonight?
Well, it makes me sad. I think that the Republican Party itself in Arizona, the infrastructure and the activists, I think it's really messed up right now.
And no money for the party, no money for a party like this.
No
it's
money
very unusual.
It's it's highly unusual.
Right. What do you read into that, if you do?
What I read into that is that a lot of the people that have typically funded the Republican Party, typically you find business interests, have become really skeptical about how the Republican Party does a really good job of forming circular firing squads and more anxious to kill their own than to actually win campaigns in the general election. And given the fact that, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the Republicans had 2 U.S. Senate seats. We had every statewide office, and now that's completely flipped. I think it's sent a shockwave among a lot of the funders of the Republican Party that the Republicans can't get their act together.
And so a fractured party, which is good for you and your party. So what are your thoughts on what's going on?
Look, I think it's a data point. We're at this early part of the evening when people are looking at the tea leaves and breaking out the Ouija boards and trying to make psychic predictions.
You saw my Ouija board?
I saw you working on it. The voices have spoken. But look, this is one small data point, but it speaks to, I think, what Matt was alluding to, which is a state where we've seen the center, moderates, mainstream leaders, be they in the business community, be they voters, coming over to a Democratic Party that has been welcoming them at the same time that the Trump, Kerry Lake Republican Party has been showing them the door.
Yeah, statewide, for sure.
Statewide,
All right, so let's talk president if we can. Everybody's holding serve right now, right? So your thoughts so far. What do you see as the key for either one of these candidates, Matt, going forward?
I think the key state, the one everybody should be watching, is Pennsylvania. And I think whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win the race.
Why?
Because it's that tight. You talk about holding serve. Right now, I think common wisdom is that Trump will win Arizona. I think Trump will win Nevada. I think he looks like he's doing really well in Georgia right now. He's probably going to win Georgia. You got that blue wall, which is Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And I think Michigan and Wisconsin are going to go toward Harris. And Pennsylvania right now is too close to Carl, but it's leaning toward Trump. Very, very with a close margin.
Are you also seeing Pennsylvania or what?
I think
Keystone State is the key?
I think the Keystone State is the key. I remember in the year 2000, another very, very close election. Tim Russert, NBC News, having that whiteboard and said it's Florida, Florida, Florida. Tonight it's Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. There's other paths to victory for both candidates, but it becomes really hard for either one of them to win if the other candidate has won Pennsylvania. I still think that Harris has a real shot here in Arizona and some of these other states, but she almost certainly has to win Pennsylvania.
All right, let's talk about our U.S. Senate race, which is getting a lot of attention. If you believe the polling, it looks like your candidate's doing pretty well. What are your thoughts going into this?
I feel really good about where Ruben Gallego is tonight. I think he's run a smart campaign. I think his background, having served in the military, his story of coming up from nothing and working his way up in life has resonated with people across the board, even a lot of people who haven't been involved or been paying attention to politics. Everyday people who see him and his story as an example of what they want for themselves and their families. And I think that stands in such stark contrast to Kerry Lake's campaign, where you still have this overhang of a approach that has been telling the McCain voters, been telling moderate Republicans in the state, we don't want you. I think they've gotten that message loud and clear, and they've come over to the Democratic side.
Right, and your thoughts on Kerry Lake here, and if you believe the polling, it looks like she's not going to do as well tonight. But of course, we'll see the results here coming up in just a bit.
My prediction is that Gallego will win the nomination. I served with Ruben Gallego, and I think the guy has done the most incredible reinvention of any candidate I've ever seen.
Explain that.
What I explain that is that he was probably one of the most progressive members, not just from Arizona, but from the entire country. He was the vice chair of the Progressive Caucus, which is the squad, you know, AOC and that ilk. The fact is, you know, he is not in any way, shape, or form a middle-of-the-road kind of a candidate, and he has done a flawless campaign.
Let's talk state races, because everybody's talking about possibly flipping the legislature. You are saying you don't think that's going to happen.
No, I think there's a strong chance we will.
Okay.
I think Democrats have a really strong shot of winning 16 seats out of the 15 in the Senate. I think we have a very strong shot of at least winning 15-15. I think look at people like Judy Schwiebert up in Legislative District 2, North Phoenix, somebody who's been very well respected in the State House, now running for State Senate against Shauna Bullock. Pay attention to that race. I think you'll be able to see where things are going.
It's been a long time since we've had a Democratic legislature, right, with a Democratic governor. What would that mean, Matt, if that happens?
Well, when I first went into the state Senate back in 1990, Pete Rios was the Senate president, so the Democrats took over for a very short time, for 2 years. And Fife Symington was the governor, and we got a lot of really good stuff done. In fact, some of the people that really mentored me were people like Alan Stevens and Karen English, and you know they're decent people. So you know I think it's possible that they win the Senate. I think that it's more probable that it's a 15-15, like it was when Randall Gannett several years ago became the Senate president. I do not think the Democrats are going to win the House.
All right. How about congressional races? District 1, Amish Shah, right? Yeah. And Schweikert. What do you think about that?
I think that's a district that has been primed to go Democratic. It almost flipped to the Democratic side in 2022 at a time that Katie Hobbs won the district by a fair amount, even as she narrowly won the governorship. Chris Mays carried that district even as she won the Attorney General slot by only about 200 votes statewide. So it's a district that has been trending Democrat, especially under the Trump years and as the district has changed. And I think David Schweikert has just been out of step with where the district is today. I think it's going to vote for Democrat in
So you
Shah.
say it's right for a Democrat.
I think so.
You said something I hadn't heard before about David Schweikert, because I kind of call him the invisible congressman. You don't hear much about him, but you say he's a heck of a campaigner.
He is a scrapper. In fact, nobody understands numbers like David Schweikert. That includes poll numbers and analyzing where the votes are going to come from in different parts of the district. He's a real wonkish kind of a guy, and but I haven't seen a harder campaigner in my life. And I think the time to take him out was probably last time when he had all the ethics issues that had just been decided. I think he pulls it out.
Let's talk about a couple of the props. 314, which is interesting, right? It would allow and basically mandate local police agencies and sheriff's deputies to kind of patrol the border or arrest people if they see people crossing the border. Your thoughts on this, what it's going to do tonight, and would it be good to pass?
I think a Hallmark card would have been cheaper.
What do you mean?
To send out, it's a messaging bill. I mean, the honest truth is, it's not going to change much of anything. It wasn't funded. The law enforcement folks aren't funded, and so they're not
getting money for extra deputies or jailing people.
And so they're not going to spend their time going to try to, patrol the border. And it was spelled out in the legislation that in order to prosecute, you have to have visual.
You have to see them cross.
You have to see them crossing the border, or at least video or something like that. What's the likelihood of that happening? I think it's pretty slim to none. I think it's more of a messaging bill, and I don't think it really will accomplish a lot.
Yeah, it seems like a lot to ask Cochise County Sheriff's deputies to do that.
Who have their hands full. I mean, look, this is, I think Matt's right, this is a PR release, a press release. This is not about being serious about this issue. It's in some ways the son of SB 1070, if you remember that bill from 14 years ago. Less extreme than that was, but still not something that's serious about addressing the issue. I was a former assistant attorney general prosecuting human smuggling rings, the people bringing drugs and guns and people across the border. If you want to be serious about tackling the situation at the border, and I think people in both parties want to do that, then you have to spend real money, you have to make real changes.
doesn't do it.
Right. And it's a federal law. Maybe it should be, policed by federal.
I mean,
authorities.
having served in the state legislature before, I think it was one of those bills that they thought would drive turnout. For the conservative side.
Right. Let's talk about two competing props, 140, 133. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around 140 and exactly how it would work. Kind of does away with the primary system as we know it.
It's an open primary.
So it's open primary. So basically, if you have two Republicans that get more votes than anybody else, those would be your two in the general,
And it's
correct?
not that complicated to understand. It's just like a mayor's race or a city council race. They have Republicans, Democrats, Independents all running in the primary, and the top two vote getters, regardless of what party they belong to, end up going, into the general election. Now, it didn't mandate that that's how it had to be. It left a lot up to the state legislature. It could be that way, or it could be like Alaska, where they have ranked choice voting, which is a little more complicated.
Right.
And I think that's part of the problem is, as you said, a lot of people are having the challenge of getting their mind around it because they didn't spell out what they want to do.
Right.
And I think that leaves it open for a lot of people to say, I don't really trust the state legislature to be making these kinds of decisions, especially when we see the kinds of nonsense that has been coming out of the state legislature for years and years now. And so I think a lot of people who maybe would be inclined to support an open primary or inclined to support measures to bring in more independents, to bring in more voices, to help moderate our politics, will look at this and say, you know what, there's just too many unforeseen consequences that come out of this.
Maybe.
Exactly.
Sure. All right. We got about a minute left. If Donald Trump loses this election, are you fearing any sort of election violence? I'll start with you, Matt.
I'm concerned either way.
Really?
In fact, I've never seen the country so polarized when it comes to politics in my life before. And I grew up in the 60s.
Right.
And so, I am concerned.
Andre?
It's been an amazing year. And we're living in the aftermath of January 6th. I think people still wrapping their heads around it. You're seeing in a lot of these states democracy be the #1 issue that people are concerned about over the economy, over abortion, over the border. Think about that we in America in the year 2024 have to be concerned about whether we're going to have a democracy. And so when you have things like the assassination attempt or many of these other things that have happened, I said to my son recently, you're going to be telling your grandchildren about this year and what it meant, because this is such a watershed for the kind of nation we're going to be.
One full-fledged assassination attempt and one that came damn close.
Right, the golf course one.
Right.
Sure. All right, so thank you for being here. Like I said, we're watching this play out live. Mark Caribe, back to you. So we're going to bring these two gentlemen back in our next hour after that first dump of ballots and get your response to what's happening here in Arizona and around the country. Back to you guys.
All right, Troy, thanks. I want to talk a little bit, Bram, and we're getting set for a cut-in, and we're going to get you back to NBC Network News. For those of you watching on 12 Plus, stay right here. You'll be fine. We'll continue to bring you local coverage. But it's Prop 139 here. It would enshrine the woman's right to have an abortion in the Arizona Constitution. 9 other states also have it in some form on the ballot. And in Iowa yesterday, women were turning out to vote early for this issue, and it's happening across the country. Could this be an undercounted voting bloc, an unforeseen roadblock for Republicans nationally?
Well, I think that was a lot of the message of that poll that came out this past week in Iowa showing Kamala Harris ahead of Donald Trump by 3 points in a historically just Republican state in recent presidential cycles. So it was kind of a stunner. But if you look back, say, to June, the same pollster found Donald Trump ahead by about 14. In July, Iowa enacted a 6-week abortion ban, which in effect is an abortion ban. Go to September, Donald Trump is ahead by only 4 points. Go to just a week ago, and Donald Trump is behind Kamala Harris. And one of the key groups was a group you mentioned, women, in particular older women, 65 or so, coming out in force and saying in force, we support Kamala Harris. Does that translate to Arizona, other states where abortion is on the ballot? Possibly. I want to add one more thing about abortion being on the ballot here with Prop 139. It's also on the judicial ballot. 2 state Supreme Court justices could lose their jobs tonight. They're up for retention, Clint Ballot and Kate King, and they're under attack for their ruling allowing the 1864 near total ban on abortion to take effect. Now, their defenders say, look, they just stuck to the law and that's all they did. This was not an ideological decision. Opponents say not good enough. They believe it's ideological, and they have to go. So you have abortion in Prop 139 on the ballot, and 2 judges who could lose their jobs over a decision on Arizona's Civil War era abortion law.
Bram, it was a fight to the finish on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. You saw all kinds of celebrities coming out from, actors, entertainers, comedians. Historically, what kind of impact does that have ultimately on the vote?
Well, what was interesting is you saw that really on one side, on the Democratic side. The Republicans really didn't have too many celebrities or endorsers or others to roll out. I think Danica Patrick came out to one event, former race car driver for Republicans.
Brett Favre.
Hulk Hogan.
Brett Favre. Was Hulk Hogan, were they here? They weren't here.
No.
Oh, I don't know. If
Other states, but not here.
Yeah.
Danica Patrick was here. In general, they're for the base voters, get them excited, fired up about the election. They may have some appeal to the crossover voters you need, independents, Republicans, to Latino voters in particular, whose allegiance to the Democratic Party has shrunk over the last 4 presidential elections, and apparently that continues even now. Kamala Harris is in a battle to hold on to Latino voters. We'll have to see how that turns out in this election. To that extent, she had some events at the end that were aimed at Latino voters. Unfortunately, one of them was during a weekday with a star band, Los Tigres del Norte. Del Norte. That was a
huge Mexican band.
Huge band.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock on a weekday afternoon.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get maybe the kind of people you want to get.
Is there any explanation for why Latino voters have gravitated away from the Democratic Party and are now favoring a hardline immigration candidate like Donald Trump?
This is so interesting. I think it's one of the fascinating stories of this cycle. In my reporting and conversations with people who understand this a lot better than I do, Latino voters are in the mainstream now. They're absorbing the same culture anybody else is absorbing. They're like any immigrant community that is now in its 2nd and 3rd and even 4th generation, who are just part of the American mainstream. They hear what we hear, they see what we see, right? They're affected by the same forces. Things like inflation, housing prices affect them. Border might make them more conservative. They're more working class than maybe previous generations. And in general, Democrats have a problem with working class voters, white, Latino, African American, you name it. It is just a problem for them. We saw that with Donald Trump in 2016. It persists to this day. And I'll just make one last point. What's interesting about the Senate race, our Senate race, is that Ruben Gallego does appear to be attracting Latino men. You know who else is attracting Latino men? Donald Trump.
Right.
Right? It just...
Okay, so
that splits.
Okay, all right. So I guess, thank you, Bram. So we're going to take a quick break here. If you're watching us here on 12 Plus, we're going to pause for a minute. We're going to welcome in our TV audience, but you don't have to go anywhere. Just keep it right here, and we're going to come back with more results, hopefully coming up here after this 8 o'clock hour. Of course, we're going to have more analysis with Bram. We have all of our reporters out live at voting centers, the tabulation center. We have interviews here in the studio. So our coverage will continue all night long right here on 12 Plus.
This is a 12 News Arizona Decision 2024 update.
Well, good evening, everyone. We want to welcome in our 12 News audience as you join us locally. We're going to give you an update on what's been happening both here in the Valley and across the state as we keep our eyes on all the big races. And thanks for watching us in our coverage of Decision 2024. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Cuddy Devine. We're also joined by 12 News political journalist Bram Bresnick. We'll get you back to NBC News coverage coming up in just a few minutes. But first, we're setting the stage ahead of the first batch of election results, which should be coming in pretty soon.
Yeah, the polls are closed. They closed around 7 o'clock, and we're expecting that first set of numbers to come in shortly after 8 o'clock. Of course, all eyes are on the ballot tabulation process in Maricopa County. Let's give you a live look inside that tabulation and election center where you can see election workers are hard at work. This year, the county has increased staffing while also beefing up security and equipment for election workers. County Supervisor Bill Gates says it's a 24-hour-a-day operation with some people working 16 or 18-hour shifts. Earlier today, he broke down the timeline of how the results will be reported.
The first results will be reported this evening around 8 p.m. and we anticipate we'll have approximately 1.2 million ballots that will be reported at 8 p.m. And then as the evening goes on and as we go into the early morning hours of Wednesday, we'll be reporting the results of people who are going to the vote centers and voting in person today. We anticipate that those numbers that we report around 8 p.m., that'll be about 70 to 75% of all of the early ballots have been cast.
All right, Bram, so we're just a few minutes away from that first set of results. What are you expecting to see with this?
Well, we're going to see about half the ballots that are expected to be cast in Maricopa County, as well as ballots from other voters from other counties, the other 14 counties around the state. I would expect after this first ballot drop, based on Maricopa County trends, Maricopa County is the biggest in the state, we will likely see Donald Trump in the lead and Kari Lake in the lead. How big is that lead? I don't know. But that's based on early ballot returns dominated by Republicans.
All right, we are back with you on NBC in about an hour or so. But in the meantime, if you're watching us on 12 Plus, stay right where you are. We're going to continue with our live local coverage as the results come in, and they're now just about 9 minutes away. If you don't have 12 Plus downloaded, you can do it right now on your Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV devices. If you're watching here on 12 Plus, we're going to take a quick pause to welcome in our audience, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. If you're watching here on 12 Plus, we welcome you back as we continue our live local coverage here on 12 Plus. We'll be throughout the night, getting you caught up on all the local and state races, as well as delving a little bit into what's happening nationally.
Yeah, that's right. We have in-studio analysis with 12 News political journalist Bram Resnick. We have crews all out in the field, and we're also covering the watch parties. The Republicans not holding a campaign watch party tonight, but the Democrats are. We're going to send it out to Phoenix, where Tram Mai is standing by with the Arizona Democratic Watch Party. Tram, how are things looking there? I know the doors just opened about an hour or so ago.
Yeah, we are an hour into the Democratic Watch Party here at the Hilton Phoenix Resort. And I can tell you, this convention center, this room is jam-packed. Not only are people inside the room, they are milling outside as well. I can tell you the two monitors right now are on MSNBC, the two front monitors. And the crowd, they are keeping a close eye on who is in the lead. I can tell you that when Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan, those early polls, they indicated that Kamala Harris was leading. The crowd just erupted. They also erupted when U.S. Senator Mark Kelly and his wife, former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, they just took the stage at about 15 minutes ago, and a resounding applause went up for them, and cameras were rolling. They were so excited to see them. They talked about what could be the most important election of our lifetime. Gabby being very optimistic, talking about election officials doing their jobs, votes being counted accurately, thanking the crowd for voting for Democrats, and they are on the cusp of hopefully flipping the Arizona State Legislature. Now, right now, I want to bring in my colleague, 12 News journalist Joe Dana. Joe, earlier today, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, he held a press conference. What did he say?
Just a couple of hours ago, the Secretary of State said overall voting has been smooth across the state, but he mentioned two significant issues. One in Navajo County, bomb threats that were sent to some polling stations there. Secretary of State Fontes said they appeared to be possibly from a Russian source, but that's not confirmed. We're hearing similar reports from other states, actually. But the other one that really had some voting rights advocates concerned in Apache County and the Navajo Reservation, where there is a technical glitch that caused printing problems of ballot machines that print out those ballots. A judge just ordered about an hour ago that about a dozen of those polling locations remain open until 9 p.m. Let's take a listen to Secretary Fontes just a little earlier.
We want to make sure that folks understand that the motive appears to be to ensue chaos, not to impact any political outcome. We don't see anything in the pattern or the distribution that would make us think that this is to affect a political outcome. We do, however, believe that invoking chaos and trying to get us to kind of rattle in our boots is the reason that they're doing this. The second issue that we wanted to talk about was an update on the issues with Apache County. As we indicated earlier, there were some issues with the voter check-in systems and some of the printers. All but one of the sites in Apache County are consistently and constantly up. The one site, I can't verify the exact name of the location, but it's only one polling place in Apache County. They're up and down. We've got technicians on the site from Apache County Elections Department doing the best that they can.
We saw reports of some voters, elderly voters, who waited in line and then eventually just left. I guess the question is how many people were truly impacted by that. You hope not many.
Right. We're also watching the U.S. Senate race. Obviously, Ruben Gallego, he hopes to take the stage momentarily. But what can you tell us about that race?
Yeah, I mean, the anticipation here is the two biggest prizes, of course, are the 11 electoral votes for president. We'll have a better idea of how possible that could be after 8 p.m. The other, the Senate seat. Can Ruben Gallego slide into place there as Kirsten Sinema leaves? Of course, she had recently registered as an independent. But, you know, this is someone who, if he is able to win the Senate, would continue this pretty inspirational dream story, American dream story of someone who, you know, grew up with very modest means in Chicago, the son of immigrants, went to Harvard, served in the military, served in Iraq. And so a lot of shirts here for Gallego. Several of them say Senador Gallego, as he has made a lot of outreach efforts to the Latino community.
And if the polls are right, I mean, he's been showing to take the lead in many of the polls.
They've been favorable for him in recent months, but again, the question is, because you have such a surge of early ballots and even votes today of Republicans, right? Could he get tripped up? And so, yeah, that's a lot of people crossing their fingers here for that 8 p.m. first drop.
All right, we'll have much more coming from the Democratic Watch Party here in Phoenix. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Tram and Joe, thanks. So that's the story for the Democrats, as Caribe mentioned just a second ago. This year, for whatever reason, the Republicans, who typically have a counterparty to what you just saw Tram and Joe at, they're not having a gathering. So our job is to try to track down these candidates who are all in different places, not one central gathering location. So let's start our coverage on the Republicans with 12 News journalist Bianca Bono, who's covering Kari Lake's campaign. Bianca?
Mark, good evening. We have spent a lot of time with Kari Lake and her campaign over the past several days, and I can tell you that she and her team appear to be very confident, and they feel like they have momentum on their side. And look, Kari Lake's messaging to voters today: forget everything you have seen and read about the numbers, both good and bad. Just get out there and vote. And that's how she spent the majority of her election day, going around to different polling locations in Maricopa County, greeting and thanking her supporters. And take a look at this video. This was posted on her Twitter account earlier this morning. That pink bus that you're seeing her stand at the foot of, that was one of the many shuttles going around Maricopa County today, deemed a Trump train. Now, Turning Point Action actually rented out buses and sent them out to polling locations in Maricopa County that were seeing longer lines, and then offered rides to voters, taking them to locations with shorter lines. Lake herself voted early in this election, but we did catch up with her earlier this afternoon at a polling location in Mesa. She accompanied her son there as he went to vote in person, and she talked about how she's monitoring turnout today.
And the last thing I want to see is some of our senior citizens having to stand in long lines. But we got the warning out, and we did an incredible job at getting people to turn in their ballots early. We banked the vote in a record-setting way here in Arizona. So I'm really proud of that. And today we want to set more records. And so we're monitoring any problems we see. We've got lawyers, and we've got, as I said, those vans are picking up and assisting voters.
And on social media this afternoon, Kari Lake reminded voters that she has been endorsed by former Governor Doug Ducey, Karen Taylor Robeson, who she ran against in her gubernatorial primary in 2022, and Sheriff Mark Lamb, her primary opponent earlier this year, all Republicans, of course. Her messaging there that she believes she can bring the country together. Now, back out here live, as we've talked a little bit about over the past hour, the Arizona Republican Party opting not to have their traditional election night party, and Kari Lake is not having a traditional election night watch party either. It's why we're standing in the parking lot of her campaign office in Phoenix. Instead, I'm told that she's monitoring the results very closely alongside her team and her family. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
It's election night in Arizona. The first results dropping at any moment.
This is an important election. Everybody wants their voice to be heard.
Prop 139 automatically comes to a lot of voters' minds.
This is the night we've been waiting for. Exclusive 12 News election night coverage of Arizona Decision 2024 on 12 Plus continues now.
All right, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us for our coverage here on 12 Plus of Decision 2024, the moment that we've all been waiting for. It's the top of the hour, 8:02, and we're now starting to see the first results come in from the tabulation center for the state.
Okay, so let's quickly go to the board, and we'll give you a look at what's happening statewide for the presidential race. Donald Trump with a very comfortable lead over Kamala Harris. And then when you look at the U.S. Senate race between Kari Lake and Ruben Gallego, we'll take a look at that. It was Kari Lake leading also by a wide margin. But Bram, we talked about the fact that we could see what you call a red mirage early on as these votes come in.
We could, but also in the name of transparency, I have to let our viewers know sometimes what we see on our computer, on the county or state websites, is ahead of what we're able to deliver. And right now, as I look at the Maricopa County website, What you see on our screen just a moment ago,
Statewide.
That's statewide, and it's a fraction of the total vote. Right now, Maricopa County reporting 1.2 million votes, and Kamala Harris is ahead of Donald Trump. I had said we'd see a red mirage. Well, so far, it might be a blue mirage, but it is close. Kamala Harris, 50.5%. Trump, 48.3%. They are separated right now by about 34,000 votes in Maricopa County.
And of course, Maricopa County, the largest county in the state, one of the largest counties in the country. So keep your eyes on what happens in Maricopa County, because as Maricopa County goes, so goes Arizona.
That's the thinking. There we go. We now have an update. Okay, now the statewide numbers have been updated on our screen here in the studio, and the screen you're looking at right now. That includes Maricopa County, and it is a dead heat.
Wow.
Are you surprised by this? Because you've been mentioning all day about this red mirage.
It was a tentative red mirage. That's what I thought we would see. This is interesting.
Okay.
I don't want to rush to conclusions. It's 1.3 million ballots or so, about 3.3 or 3.4, 2 more million ballots left to be counted. So still relatively early, but it is a dead heat right now. If I'm the Harris campaign, I think that's good news, especially when we were looking at the early ballot returns, which Republicans really dominated. Now, this is interesting because this next result in the Senate race. Let's go to that. This shows Ruben Gallego leading Kari Lake by 8 points.
And I just want to point out, and then continue your thoughts, sorry for jumping in, but this reflects Maricopa County now being added into the totals that when we came on the air 3 minutes ago had not come out. So now it includes Maricopa County, and this, I would think, should be very worrisome at this point to Kari Lake.
It should be. It should be. And I'll tell you, this is an election. I've been saying I'm not predicting anything because the voter profile has changed. I view this as the first election of the 21st century. So much is different from any election we've had before. It's such a break in every way, especially with the voter profile. And to see this, Ruben Gallego ahead by 8 after that first vote drop I'm surprised.
Well,
I'm surprised, again, given the ballot returns, which showed overwhelming Republican. And in order to win, there's the last point I'll make about this. In order to win in Arizona, if you're a Democrat, you have to get crossover votes from independents and Republicans. And clearly, Kari Lake, as the polling has shown, is not keeping up with Donald Trump. And Ruben Gallego is peeling off Republicans and independents.
And earlier today, Arizona GOP leader Gina Swoboda joined us live in studio and said that they felt good because so many Republicans had voted early and they felt that they had those in their back pocket. We're not seeing that.
We're not seeing that, and that was the early vote, right? That's what was so different this year after 2020 and 2022, when Republicans were told to be suspicious of early voting. This year, we're seeing Republicans being ordered to early vote and just build up the vote as if that's like a football game, and running up the score means you're going to win when the other side really hasn't had a say yet. It doesn't work like that. And here we're seeing that as a strategy really doesn't really mean a lot when you have those kinds of results. And we need to get to Prop 139 right now.
This is a big one. Yeah, we're starting to see numbers come in. This is the right to an abortion. This was Arizona voters voting to have the right to an abortion enshrined in the Arizona state constitution. Right now, the yeses for this are at 63%. We have over 700,000 votes already coming in for that, and the noes are at 37%. I feel like, Bram, this is kind of right on par with what you expected at this point, right?
Yeah, this does match the polling almost one for one. And if any elections are going to be called tonight, I came in believing that Prop 139 would be one because the support was so overwhelming in the polls, as well as Prop 314. That's the ballot measure advanced by the Republican-controlled legislature that would allow local law enforcement to arrest border crossers. if it's approved by voters, it won't take effect. It's unenforceable because of a Supreme Court decision. We heard Matt Salmon say a moment ago it's kind of a, a sweetener just to get people out to vote. But as far as being enforceable, it won't be unless the Supreme Court changes its mind about a significant ruling.
And when you see a margin this wide, it says, at least to me, and I want to get your take on this, look, this may be the issue of the 2024 campaign. And if we're seeing in a state-by-state vote that, yes, women want the right to have reproductive rights, they will go out in force and vote for this. Will they, in turn, vote against candidates who don't support women's reproductive rights?
Well, let's do a little test. I don't know if it's scientific or not, but 63% yes on enshrining the right to an abortion. 50% voted for Donald Trump. Some of those people didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Right. Yeah. Okay, we're going to continue our coverage now of Proposition 139. We're going to go to the folks who put this on the ballot. Jade Cunningham is joining us now with the group there of Proposition 139. How are they taking these early results coming in, Jade?
Well, I can tell you that people here are watching the results with a very sharp eye. They are just waiting very intently to see what the final results will be tonight. We are here at Dobert, where, again, many of the supporters are gathering here from Proposition 139. There's a lot of excitement here. People are talking with one another, again, just waiting to see what the outcome will be. Joining me now, we have Chris Love. She is a huge supporter of Proposition 139. How are you feeling tonight?
We're confident, but we're not taking anything for granted. We're going to wait until every vote is counted, and we're really excited. And it sounds like we've got some results, and they're positive. So
yes, the results are kind of being updated slowly, but yes, some good news here for you guys. Tell me about the journey of what it's been like for you to get to this point with Proposition 139.
It has been 2 years, right? We started by me putting some names on the back of a napkin and deciding who was going to run this effort. And now to come here today, and after 2 years, it feels glorious to finally be finished. But more importantly, it feels wonderful to do the thing that Arizonans need, and that's to protect abortion rights in our Constitution.
And tell me about Proposition 139 and what it really means for women and for people.
Well, it means that they will have that fundamental right to abortion. That means that pregnant patients will be able to consult with their medical providers, and the politicians and the government will remain outside of the calculus.
There are some who obviously oppose the Proposition 139. They say that it poses a big safety risk for those who are pregnant. What would you say to those who maybe just aren't quite on board with this proposition?
Well, I would say that no matter how they personally feel about abortion, I think we can all agree that those decisions need to remain between the pregnant patient and their medical provider, and not with government. And quite frankly, I think that the current ban that we have in place doesn't provide protections for victims of rape or incest, or people experiencing serious pregnancy complications after 15 weeks. And so by enshrining this right in the state constitution, we're guaranteeing that right, and the legislature can't come back and pass anything that is stricter than what we have right now.
I want to go back to that moment earlier this summer where you guys were gathering all those signatures. Tell me about that process. I mean, it probably initially seemed quite daunting, but you guys came out with quite a number of signatures.
Right, and so our goal was always to collect about double the amount that we needed as a show of strength, quite frankly. And we did that and then some, and made Arizona history. We also made history by, raising the most money and, having the most volunteers and knocking 1.7 million doors. And so what you're seeing now is the culmination of all of that work, and I couldn't be more proud.
To see the support here tonight, to see this gathering here behind Proposition 139, what does that mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot to me as someone who's been working on reproductive rights and sexual health issues for the past decade. I very personally have shared my own abortion story, where I chose abortion, and I also had abortions as miscarriage management. And so I'm really happy today that, we're going to win the right for my 10-year-old daughter, right? And, preserve that right so that she has options that she needs to determine if, when, and how she creates her family.
Do you think the term abortion has this negative connotation behind it? I mean, how do you look at abortion?
You know, I don't think so, but, you know, I think that we are a society that's steeped in abortion stigma. Abortion is simply healthcare and a fact of life for a number of women and pregnant people in this country. And so we need to recognize that and destigmatize abortion. It is simply necessary healthcare.
I'm sure you're going to be paying close attention to the results as they become official. Any parting words tonight? Anything you just really want people to know about this?
You know, I really want to thank the people of Arizona for being so supportive of us for the entirety of this campaign. I want to thank all of our volunteers and our staff and everyone who really showed up and showed out for us from the beginning of early voting until now. And we're confident that we're going to carry this Arizona.
Chris Lev, thank you so much for joining us tonight and speaking with us. Guys, we are going to be paying very close attention to these results, waiting for them to become official, and we will be keeping track of them. So we're going to send it back to you guys first.
All right, Jade, thank you so much.
Another race we're following closely is the race for Maricopa County Sheriff. Chase Golightly is standing by right now with the Republican in the race, Jerry Sheridan. Chase?
That's right, Mark, and with that initial ballot results coming out, it has Mr. Sheridan with a little bit of a lead, sir. How do you feel initial results coming in? We know that it's going to be a long night, but how are you feeling right now?
Well, I think you're right about being a long night. Cautiously optimistic. You know, it's better than being down about 3%, being up 3%.
And then, as we were talking earlier, you were saying cautiously optimistic, but did you anticipate that this is kind of be the way it would go?
Yeah, Maricopa County is a huge county and a lot of diverse voters, and independents play a big role, and Republicans and Democrats. So, yeah, you know, I expect it to be close.
And then, as we were also talking about earlier, is that if elected, there's several issues currently with the sheriff's office. We were talking about a dramatic number of inmate deaths. We were talking about employee retention, trying to bring in employees, and of course, the federal monitor that's currently ongoing. Can you just tell me, again, if elected, which issue are you going to try to go after first?
Well, I think the number one issue for the sheriff should be the inmate deaths. They took 3 to the emergency room today, and 2 are on life support right now from what I heard. And this is just today. So this is the biggest issue. People's lives are at stake in that jail system. Something needs to be done. I know what to do. I have a plan to get it done, but I have to get there first.
And then also, 40-year career with MCSO. You said that you served under 4 different sheriffs. Of course, you were also chief deputy with former Sheriff Joe Arpaio. You were saying that you're trying to step away with that, showing that you're not Joe Arpaio's right-hand man, you are Jerry Sheridan. How are you going to show voters that you are going to differentiate yourself from Joe Arpaio?
Well, I think that's going to be relatively easy, because when the sheriff is focused on doing things to keep the people of this county safe, they will see that, and they'll see that quickly.
And then just another thing that I did want to bring up, I believe it was earlier this week, there was a rally, I believe it was a county supervisor that did speak out against you, saying if we were elected, it would bring the county backward. Your views on that?
Well, he had 2 very big activists in the Hispanic community that don't like me because I worked for my former boss. And once again, my goal is to turn them around. It might take a while to turn them around, but once they see what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and it's all about public safety. And again, you know, the town of Guadalupe contracts with the sheriff for their law enforcement. I've been down there 3 times already, and one of the people on the council told me, you know what, Jerry, you've been here 2 more times than Penzone was his entire regime as 7 years as the sheriff. So I will work very closely with them. They know that. I know a lot of the people in that town support me. Matter of fact, they asked me to put my big campaign signs in town. And I checked on them today, and they're still up there. They've been up there about a month, and nobody's messed with them. So, again, that's another good indication. What they want is what I think most people want is a sheriff that's focused on doing their job, enforcing the rule of law, protecting people's civil rights, and keeping them safe. And that's what I'm all about. The rest is just noise from my opponent.
You brought up former Sheriff Paul Penzone, who we know stepped down from his role in the sheriff position. He was saying that it was that federal monitor. He felt like he was working as sheriff with one arm behind his back, that he wasn't able to accomplish what he wanted to within the sheriff's office because of that federal monitor. Once you go in, we know that's going to be a big aspect of this. How are you going to handle that situation if elected?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is not mention him anymore, okay? Because it's gone, you can't change history, and I'm going to move forward. And again, spending 40 years there gives me a benefit that nobody else has, and that is I know how the sheriff's office operates. I know how it works. I know where the things that need to be fixed are, and I can do that from the day I get there.
Sir, thank you so much for speaking with us here. We'll check in with you.
Stay tuned, right? We'll see how it goes the rest of the night. Thank you,
sir. Thank you so much for your time here tonight. Again, we're in far north Scottsdale at the watch party for GOP candidate Jerry Sheridan. Also speaking with him, you heard him mention former Sheriff Joe Arpaio that he worked under. He was Sheriff Joe's right-hand man. I did ask him if Sheriff Joe was coming out here tonight, or if he did give his endorsement. He said no, that was not the case. Again, he is trying to step away with that and come into his own as sheriff if elected, just making his own rules and decisions in regards to that matter. Of course, we'll stay out here as those ballots continue to drop, and we'll try to speak with Mr. Sheridan here in a little bit. But for right now, we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in studio.
All right, Chase, thank you so much. Well, perhaps the second most high-profile prop on the ballot is Proposition 314. So this one would allow local and state law enforcement to arrest those who are coming across the border illegally. It would also allow state judges to order deportations. Here's a look at some of the results coming in right now. The yeses for this are 61%, and the noes for this are 39%. Bram, we'll go over to you to hear your reaction to this.
Whoa. Sorry, I was just looking at the result in CD6 in southern Arizona. Kirsten Engel, Democrat, is ahead of Juan Ciscomati by 14 points.
Wow.
That's early on. That's a surprise. As we've been saying, and as Matt Salmon said earlier, kind of an enticement, a little bit of candy for voters to come to the polls, especially Republicans. This is unenforceable unless the Supreme Court changes its mind about a ruling it made in 2012 on Arizona's own SB 1070, which would have taken federal law enforcement responsibilities onto the states. The court said, you can't do that. Your cops can't arrest undocumented immigrants. That is a federal responsibility. This initiative, this ballot measure, mimics a law in Texas, SB 4, that is already working its way through the court system. So SB 4 could eventually make its way to the Supreme Court, perhaps as soon as next year. Supreme Court will rule, and it is possible that then Prop 314 could take effect, assuming, as it appears, it does become law. It is approved, but it'll be unenforceable.
I was going to say, this is a bill or a law without teeth, and the teeth would be funding to hire additional people to make this happen. It sounds good, it looks good, it's a typical prop, but it's a prop with no teeth.
Yeah, so even if it were enforceable, you're saying it couldn't be enforced because there aren't enough cops to do it.
Or money.
Or money. Or anything.
Yeah.
It's
all right. Here,
to be fair, it is an expression of frustration. Ironically enough, of the Fed's inability to get something done on the border, that's sponsored by Republicans who opposed the toughest border security bill in a generation that was before Congress. So
a bipartisan bill.
A bipartisan bill. So one more symbol of the border mess and the inability to deal with it that we in Arizona have dealt with for the last 20, 25 years.
And looking ahead, I mean, Donald Trump, if he is elected tonight, has talked about mass deportations of illegal immigrants. Do we have any idea? I mean, forget the lawsuits, which will be flying, but do we have any idea what that would look like on the ground in Arizona?
If you remember, we got a taste of this in 2017, about a month after Donald Trump took office. ICE was going to deport Lupe Reyes, who has a family here, and they were going to send her back to southern Mexico. and the protests were enormous outside the ICE headquarters. It was heart-wrenching. Left her family here and was sent back to southern Mexico. You would see that on a scale, an X scale. We can't even multiply how large that would be. And Donald Trump, as he has been, is very unclear about how he would accomplish things. He kind of puts stuff out there. But one of the people close to him, Tom Homan, an advisor on border issues, has said legal children, many of these families, undocumented immigrants, they're mixed. They have children who are American citizens. Homan has said they would deport American citizens as well. This gets to, I think, the lawsuits you're describing, but this is
mass deportation, not only of illegal immigrants, but their legal offspring.
Yeah. And again, many of these undocumented immigrants have been here for many years. They work. They work, in many cases, for Republicans, Republican lawmakers. That is not unusual. Yeah. They're a part of the fabric of our society. Republican candidates, I won't name them, have used undocumented immigrants. I know that. They built the West Valley. They built parts of the East Valley. This is the way
they feed America
has worked. They feed America, go to any restaurants. There was a farmer at a town hall, an Univision town hall, I believe, who asked Donald Trump, what am I going to do when all these undocumented immigrants are gone?
It's hard to imagine the reality of something like that happening and how disruptive it would be to everyday life. The reason why the race will not be called here in Arizona tonight is because we still have people in line that are voting right now.
Good point.
So we're going to go out to Sean Rice, who is in Tolleson. And Sean, there are still people in line at that voting center, and the polls closed almost an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, Caribe, that's just right. If we've heard from so many people today who say they really have no problem sitting in these lines, standing in these lines to make sure their voice is heard. We're really looking for the polling places right now who still have people standing in those lines. Here in Tolleson is one of those locations. We were in Goodyear about an hour and a half ago at the top of our 7 o'clock hour. We're showing you a very long line there. They got through that line in about 45 minutes. So it feels as though if there is lines, they're moving very quickly. But here in Tolleson, this is one that has kind of lingered here for about an hour and a half after polls closing. We're nearing the 8:30 hour. We're trying to talk to folks. Can I ask you guys how long you've been in this line for?
Probably around 2 hours already.
2 hours?
Yeah, something like that.
How has that felt?
It's going. Yeah, slept most of the day. Try to avoid the anxiety of it, but woke up and came straight over here. Made it right on time. I think I was like 20 minutes early.
Yeah. What was it about voting on Election Day that maybe drew you to come out here today?
Oh man, just trying to make a difference. Yeah. I mean, my focus point was just to get a vote in. A lot of people don't even take that time to do it. So.
Was it a schedule thing? I've talked to a few folks who have been in lines that say they had to work during the day and that's why they had to come out in the evening. Is that your situation?
Yeah, I work overnight, so yeah, most of the time I'm waking up late. So that's what happened there.
Yeah. How long will you stay to make sure your ballot's cast?
I'm staying until I'm done. Whatever time it is. Another 2 hours, then so be it. But it's important for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. So that's kind of the sentiment we've heard from a lot of folks here today. They don't have a problem standing in the lines, no matter how long it takes, whether it's Tolleson, Goodyear, Glendale, wherever the lines will be, the folks will stay here and make sure their voice is heard in this consequential election. We're going to keep an eye on this line, see how long it takes. We'll stay here until these folks make sure their voice is heard. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Sean, thanks. Look, a lot has happened since the last time we checked in with our political panel. Let's go back over to Troy Hayden, Andre Cherney, the former head of the Arizona Democratic Party, and former Congressman, Republican Matt Salmon. Guys, any surprises?
Yeah, we're pouring all over the numbers. So Mark just asked any surprise. I don't know if you heard him. So start with you, Andre. What big surprise at this point?
Look, the night is going better for Kamala Harris than I thought it would at this point. I thought that these early set of votes that were going to come in might tilt more towards the Republicans. I think coming out of this election, the story is going to be the rise of the independents and the revolt of the independents, because even though Republicans had an advantage in terms of the number of votes being cast,
especially the early ballots,
that we're seeing right now, you're seeing independent voters come out and strongly support Democrats. Today's ballots looked like you had independents voting more than Democrats or Republicans for the first time in anybody's memory, maybe for the first time in Arizona history. And so I think that's going to be the story of this election.
So I would imagine, Matt, that we had a lot more votes counted in the big urban areas as opposed to the rural areas, which you think would go to Donald Trump. So too early to call, obviously.
Well, yeah, but when you look at Maricopa County, if a Republican doesn't win Maricopa County, they're likely not going to win the state, because most Republicans have to win fairly substantially in Maricopa County because they're going to get their butts kicked in Pima. I mean, that's the way it's always been. And I'm pretty surprised to see the numbers the way they are, because remember earlier on in the night, we were being given numbers that Republicans showed up disproportionately for early voting. But yet after the early voting numbers have dropped, the Democrats are winning, with president and with the U.S. Senate. And two of the races that are being watched very closely with Schweikert and Siscomani.
Right. So let's talk about that Senate race, because Kari Lake, again, is not performing as well as Donald Trump is.
I think it speaks to exactly this dynamic where, yes, Republicans are showing up, but many of them are casting votes for Democrats. A lot of these Republicans have signed on to be Republicans, but not signed on for the Trump party. And so they're not supporting Donald Trump. They're not supporting Kari Lake. And again, even if the Republicans are coming out more than Democrats and they have a strong registration advantage in the state right now, it's those independents that are going to be the name of the game. And you have Kamala Harris and the Democrats reaching out to independents, reaching out across party lines. Kamala Harris campaigning with people like Liz Cheney and others, while you have a Republican Party under Donald Trump and Kari Lake that's hunkered down for the very, very small extreme. And that's what's happening in the vote.
But Troy, what's significant is that Kari Lake is significantly underperforming Donald Trump.
Right.
I think she's about 3 to 4 points below what his numbers are right now. So a lot of Republicans and independents pulled the lever for him, but would not pull the lever for her.
So it looks like we could be, if you go by these early returns, 2 different congressional seats could flip if they hold right now, right? So let's talk about the David Schweikert, Amish Shah. You were saying earlier, Andre, that you thought that district was ready for a flip. You?
I still think it's too early to call. Schweikert is one of the most tenacious campaigners I've ever seen, and I would be shocked if he was beaten in this election.
Siscomani, who's first term, right? I mean, that's pretty vulnerable, isn't it?
Vulnerable, but this is the challenge of the Republican Party. My daughter loves Taylor Swift, and she has that song about karma. And these Republicans who have tried to have it both ways and tried to play footsie with the Trumpists, like Siscomani, like David Schweikert, are now seeing voters say, you haven't stood with us, we're not going to stand with you.
Something else that was surprising, both of you were both saying, whoa, and that is, let's talk about more local politics. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
Right.
If things hold right now.
It could shift to the Democrat side.
And you said you haven't seen that in your lifetime.
No. In fact, I remember the days when there was only one Democrat.
That's been the case,
on the County Board of Supervisors. You go back to Ed Pastor or Mary Rose Wilcox.
Steve Gallardo,
Even now with Steve Gallardo. Yeah, the fact is, the Democrats have underperformed when it comes to Maricopa County supervisors. But
look what's happening. This is that same dynamic. You've had the Republicans on the County Board of Supervisors, people like Bill Gates that you've been showing, people like Tom Galvin and others who have been profiles in courage and who have stood up for counting votes and doing the right thing. And I think that as the Republican Party has pushed away those folks, you're seeing in some of these districts, Democrats be in the lead and likely, I think, once all the votes are counted, actually controlling the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors for the first time in maybe history.
Specifically, with the race to replace Jack Sellers, Jack had enough of the Republican Party knifing him in the back, and he ended up endorsing the Democrat in the general election, and I think that helped Navarro a lot.
All right, let's talk about a couple of these props. We have a couple of minutes left. The ones that appear to be passing big, 139, we expected that, the abortion one for sure. The court fee for the first responder benefits, that's passing 311. 312, interesting, that if cities don't enforce homeless laws, they get a refund back on their property taxes is passing big.
Look, I think it's one of these things that is not an actual solution, but is in some ways a cry for help. People are feeling that their own neighborhoods are not keeping up with what they would like when it comes to getting homeless people the kind of services they need. They're walking down the street and holding their kids close to them as they're seeing people panhandling, and they want more action. And this is not a solution, but it's at least a way for people to say, do something.
It got untenable. And the business leaders in the zone area had enough when they had, you know, people urinating on their walls and defecating in front of their stores. I mean, I hate to say that kind of stuff, but that's what was happening. And people got to the point where they said enough's enough, so they sued. And they won the lawsuit, and then the city council, basically with their arm twisted, ended up doing what they had to do.
Right. 314 is passing. The local police enforcing border laws. Your thoughts on that?
Again, I've said before, I think it was a messaging bill. Without the funding that comes with it, I don't see a lot of changes. And I do understand people are fed up in Arizona with what's been happening at the border. But requiring our local law enforcement people who are already overtaxed doing what they're doing, to do that without providing the funding is a recipe for a disaster.
So about a minute left. What are you really watching here over the next hour or so as these results trickle in?
Yeah, I think we have to see what is the rest of that early vote going to look like, because you only saw the votes being counted up to about Wednesday of last week. That means Thursday, Friday, those late-breaking voters coming in. My sense is those people are going to be voting even more for Harris. I think Trump had a terrible last week with the garbage comment around Puerto Rico and everything else. And I think people at the end of this campaign who are making up their mind are breaking towards Harris. I think it's just going to help Harris in Arizona.
Do you agree with that, Matt, or do you see that?
I think, you know, where we were supposed to do, we Republicans were supposed to do really well was in the early voting. And when you see the numbers, I don't think it bodes well for the Republicans going forward.
Matt Salmon, Andre Czerny, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Guys, we're going to send it back to you as these results continue to come in.
All right. Let's check in now with the Arizona Democratic Party. We're going to head out live to Erica Stapleton and Tram Mai. Hi, guys.
Hi, you know what? I'm going to bring in Erica in just a bit, but I just want to give you, again, a lay of the land of what's happening now, as we are now an hour and a half into the Democratic Watch Party that's happening tonight here at the Hilton Phoenix Resort. Now, just minutes ago, we heard from Governor Hobbs. She took the stage, and she basically just thanked the crowd and asked Arizonans to be patient as the results roll in tonight. Also, before her, we heard from U.S. Senator Mark Kelly, who was up on stage with his wife, former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Here's what he had to say.
After the success we've had building our organizing infrastructure and winning big races over the last couple of election cycles, we haven't slowed down. And this year, with the leadership of Yolanda and her team, we built the largest organization in Arizona Democratic Party history.
All right, he also talked about how he looks forward to Arizonans electing Ruben Gallego to join him in the Senate. Right now, 12 News journalist Erica Stapleton, she joins us. And Erica, you're also watching some key races, including the race for Maricopa County Sheriff.
That's right, Tram. And I know my colleague Chase Golightly, he spoke with Jerry Sheridan, the Republican candidate. We have not seen Tyler Camp, the Democratic candidate for Maricopa County Sheriff, at all tonight. We thought he might be here, haven't seen him yet, and he's also down by about 30,000 votes from that very first batch. I know there's, you know,
it's
the
still
percentage
early.
point, it's still early.
Yes.
So 51 for Sheridan, 48% for Camp right now. But again, 30,000 votes is a bigger margin. We've seen shorter, we've seen larger. So something to continue to keep an eye on through the night. Another race we're watching is the county attorney's race. We have Republican Rachel Mitchell versus Tamika Wooten, Democrat. Rachel Mitchell is up currently. She's been in the office for a while, a longtime person in the county attorney's office. Another race, the county recorder here in Maricopa County. It's really neck and neck in this race. We have Tim Stringham, the Democratic candidate. We're expecting to hear from him tonight, but he's at about 50%. We have his opponent, Justin Heap, at 49%. The difference about 3,000 votes. Again, this is the first batch, the early results. So time will tell. A word we keep hearing tonight, a lot of tonight, is patience, patience, patience. Even if things are looking good right now, you gotta wait for all those votes to be counted. And the last race that I'm keeping an eye on for the time being is Phoenix Mayor. Kate Gallego is here in the room. We saw her walk by. I know you're planning to speak with her later tonight.
Yes.
And we are expecting to hear from her at the podium as well. Her opponent, Matt Evans, he's very far down.
Yeah.
We are at 64% Gallego, 35% Evans. He's a newcomer. He's not been involved in politics his first time running, whereas Gallego's been involved with city council. She's been the mayor before. So
right.
She's
running for her
city,
second term.
and exactly. This is her city, and it looks like she has a really strong lead at this point in time. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to hear from her, especially about some of these propositions that will impact the city of Phoenix.
Exactly, and what she will do moving forward if she is reelected. And again, she just walked by. Her spokesperson from her campaign said that she will come by for an interview with us, so we're just waiting on that. But again, it's still early. We've put out the request to talk to a number of the candidates, but right now, again, too early. They don't want to say anything just yet, so we're just here waiting. And we'll have to wait and see, and we're still waiting for more candidates to come take the stage and address this huge packed
And we're
crowd.
keeping our eye open as we're working the room as well, because we see different people coming and going. So there's a lot of people to talk to and a lot to learn tonight here.
A lot of energized voters. Yes,
exactly.
and even some coming out for their very first watch party. I know I talked to one woman who said that this is my first. I'm so excited. And so, you know, right now people are just happy to be here, and it's more like a rock concert with the music piping out. But they're watching MSNBC and they're watching the results come in. And I'll tell you what, every single time they see Kamala Harris take the lead, and again, it's still early, you just hear the crowd erupt in a roar. They are so excited. So, yeah, we're just...
I will say, with the eruptions and the roaring, Arizona's come up on the big screen a few times. But again, just reiterating that it is way too early to tell here in Arizona where we stand with the presidential race.
Yeah. So that's going to do it for us here at the Democratic Watch Party. As soon as we get more interviews and more folks take the stage, we'll bring it to you live. Back to you.
All right, Tran, thanks so much. Well, we've been talking a lot about the big Senate race, obviously the presidential race, but there are a lot of really important local races happening here in Arizona, and we're just getting some of those numbers in.
Important local races and very important storylines. This is an election about how our elections in Maricopa County are going to be run. Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, they're all up for election. They run elections. They oversee the elections in this county. We're going to take a look at their races in a moment, I think. First, though, Maricopa County Recorder, another key player in Maricopa County elections. Tim Stringham, newcomer to politics, is in a virtual tie with Justin Heap, a state representative for just one term. This office plays a big role in the early vote. Justin Heap has not made clear where he stands on whether our elections are free and fair. Tim Stringham is cut from the mold of Stephen Richer. He just wants to do a good job. Not very political at all. This is his first venture into politics. He did meet with Richer before the election, wanted to get a sense of whether he thought Richer could win the primary. Stephen Richer, who's done a fine job as a recorder, could not win the primary against a far-right state rep. And this is a dead heat. This will be significant. I should add one thing, though. The county board has already taken precautions against what might happen to this office and taken away, in an agreement with Stephen Richer, taken away some responsibilities of the county recorder's office and taken them for itself, for the county board. So kind of safety proofing or child proofing the office, if you will. Maybe that might sound harsh, sorry, but that's what they're doing. Another major storyline. Will Democrats take control, after years of trying, take control of the state legislature? Both houses, House and Senate, both chambers, are controlled by Republicans with just one vote majorities. I'm going to show you some races that could turn the tide, could make the legislature change hands. John McLean, another first-time candidate, is leading Vince Leach, a senator who lost his job 2 years ago in a primary, now wants it back. John McLean is leading by 8 points in LD 17, a Pinal County, Pima County district. That would be a huge upset if that result sticks. Let's move on. Another swing district in our state legislature. Judy Schwiebert, member of the House, Democrat, leading Shauna Bollock, a state senator, by 51% to 47%. That would be another pickup for Democrats. If that result sticks, give Democrats 2 seats in the Senate and they would have control of the Senate. So keep an eye on those races. Schwiebert may be a little more expected. She has a lot going for her in that district as a state rep from there. State House District 4, moving to the House. Kelly Butler, an appointed incumbent, you can call her. Karen Gresham, first-time candidate, school board member. 2 people will win seats in this election. The Democrats, Kelly Butler and Gresham, leading Matt Gress, an incumbent, and Pamela Carter, whose claim to fame is she is Wonder Woman, Linda Carter's sister. Now, Linda Carter said before this election, I wouldn't vote for my sister, so maybe that dooms her candidacy. I don't know, but Gress and Gresham are neck and neck. This historically has been a very tight district. It could take a while to sort out this race. Right now, the 2 Democrats are in the lead. That would be a 1-seat pickup that would leave the House tied. So Democrats, Governor Katie Hobbs, Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs, who's lived with divided government, they've spent a lot of money, millions, I'm told $9 million, to try to take back the legislature. Republicans have spent barely $600,000, $700,000. State House District 2, another swing district. It looks like this would be a hold for Democrats. They already hold that seat. Stephanie Simicek, newcomer, would be the, if this holds, would just fill a Democratic slot. So it is a hold for the Democrats, not a loss for the Democrats, not a loss for the Republicans either. Split representation. We'll see how this turns out. Again, this District 2 has been notoriously close.
Ram, do we have any results called for any of the propositions?
I have not seen that yet. I'll admit I have not checked.
All right.
Our producer says,
oh, yes, we do.
Tipped workers. And this was this was a proposition that would have allowed restaurant owners to tip hourly workers, hourly tip workers less than the minimum wage. And this has failed resoundingly.
Yeah, so I suppose this gives us faith in that people can actually read some of these, understand some of these ballot measures, which are notoriously difficult to understand.
As was this one.
No blame for any voters out there. This one, in all candor, you've probably seen the signs. It was called the Tipped Worker Protection Act. Why would people vote no? Well, it appears they understood this was actually the Restaurant Employer Protection Act. It would have shielded restaurant or businesses that employ tip workers from parts of future increases in the minimum wage. Now, look, restaurants had a hard time during the pandemic. They're trying to get some help. This would have come at the expense of their workers. That was the argument from opponents. I think the math showed that. It was demonstrable.
It's confusing on the ballot, but I think the 25% less than the minimum wage is probably what people saw.
Yes. Or maybe, who knows what people saw, right? There's so many sources of information. Democratic Party urged a no vote on this. Labor unions urged a no vote on this. But clearly Republicans opposed it as well.
Yeah.
And independents.
All right. Well, if you're watching here on 12 Plus, we're going to take a quick pause to welcome in our TV audience on 12 News. You don't have to go anywhere. Keep it right here. We'll be back with more analysis and results. Our coverage continues throughout the night here on 12 Plus.
This is a 12 News Arizona Decision 2024 update.
Hi, everyone. We want to welcome in our 12 News audience as you join us locally. We're going to give you an update on what's been happening here in the Valley and across the state, keeping an eye on the big races. Thanks for watching our coverage of Decision 2024. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Kativa Devine. We're also joined by 12 News political journalist Bram Bresnick. We'll get you back to NBC coverage in just a few minutes, but first we are just getting in some results, and we'll start with the big one here, the race for the White House. Right now, Donald Trump at 50%. Bram, this one is neck and neck, only a difference right now of maybe about 2,000 or so votes.
That's right, and I know Democrats might be a little surprised by this result. Given the early ballots and given the Republican overwhelming lead in ballot returns, this does tell you that Republicans and independents are indeed crossing over to Kamala Harris. So a bit of a surprise there. I'm going to bring up the late earlies. This is going to go on for a few days, folks, and ultimately it could come down to the late early ballots. Those are the early ballots dropped off today at vote centers. They will be counted eventually. They have to be signature verified. They might be the longest ballots to count. We'll find out by tomorrow evening perhaps, how many there are. Yeah. Let's go to the Senate race. The polling has showed that Kari Lake was underperforming Donald Trump, and this so far supports the polling. Ruben Gallego leading Kari Lake by 7 points. That is pretty much where the polls were leading into this race.
Yeah, and as we've shown in our live coverage, there are still people standing in line right now to vote, and we're almost 2 hours after the polling, after the vote centers have closed.
And I'll remind everybody on the Navajo Nation, 9 vote centers, 9 polling places
staying open later
until 9 o'clock. Judge orders them to stay open later because of problems earlier in the day with allowing people to vote.
Let me ask you a national question, and everybody's, depending on which website you look on, I'm looking at Real Clear Politics. Donald Trump tonight has 211 electoral votes. He's 59 votes away from locking this up. Is there any path forward?
Oh, there's definitely a path forward.
For Kamala Harris?
But I believe it involves winning the 3 blue wall states and likely Arizona to get where she needs to go. That's rough math, but I think she needs Arizona more right now.
Yeah, and so far she's ahead, but just barely in Arizona, and a lot of votes left to count.
All right, well, if you're watching us on 12 News, we're going to send you back to NBC National coverage of Decision 2024. We'll get to you another update coming up in about an hour.
Welcome back to everyone watching on 12 Plus. Of course, this night is all about results, so we're going to give you the results. Sit back, take a look at the results that interest you and some of the propositions, and we'll be back at the top of the hour with you. So if you're watching us on 12 Plus, we wanted to let you know that the results music you were just listening to is now available.
It can be your ringtone.
It's your earworm.
It's now my ringtone.
So if you want more info, no. But obviously the results are key. It's what tonight is all about. It's what we prepare for. And we hope you're enjoying our coverage and watching along with us. We're going to be with you throughout the night because when we end sometime around 12:31 a.m., our next crew will come in and keep you up to date throughout the night. So let's continue our coverage now, our live coverage. Republicans this year do not have a watch party. In years past, the Republicans would have one, the Democrats would have one. The Republicans said, we don't want to spend the money on a watch party this year where all of the candidates stop by and schmooze with their voters and their election workers. Instead, we're going to put that money into actually pushing our candidates across the finish line. However, the Democrats are still going on with their watch party. In fact, that's where we want to check in right now with 12 News journalist Tran Mai and Erica Stapleton. Hey, Erica.
Hey, Mark. Tram should be with us in the next little bit throughout the evening, but I am here right now, and we have Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego speaking behind us. We've had a number of people coming out tonight speaking, just spreading enthusiasm for the Democratic Party here in Arizona. And someone we just heard from prior to Mayor Gallego is Tim Stringham. He is running for the Maricopa County Recorder here in Phoenix, and I have him live with us right now. A lot of how, I know it's a bit loud in here, so please bear with me. And thank you for, coming up here with us. But a lot of what you talked about is the Democratic Party having to go and reach Republicans, especially in more rural areas of Arizona. Why do you find that so important? What's at stake here for you?
I mean, the Democratic Party is the minority party in Arizona. Arizona has not turned blue. So if you want to win when you're the minority party, you need to reach across the aisle. I also said it's important that Democrats compete. I think it's very important that elections are not coronations. They should be about choice. Voters should have a choice, win or lose.
And the county recorder's office, a lot of people maybe don't know what it is, but it's a really important job, and it's one that's been in the spotlight here in Arizona. The current county recorder, Steve Winter, he's received death threats over questions about voter integrity, election integrity. Why do you want this job? And again, I'll ask, what's at stake with the election process here?
America doesn't have a crisis of confidence in elections. We've got a crisis of confidence in each other. And I think it's important that people who wouldn't otherwise be inclined to get into politics be willing to step up and try and reach out to the other side at a time when Democrats and Republicans, they each want to only speak to their own base, and that's not how America is supposed to work. Your neighbors aren't divided up on political lines. People are not their party, and we've got to be willing to talk to each other again.
There are people out there that don't trust the election process. What do you say to them to restore their faith?
Yeah, come inside. You can volunteer to be a poll worker for next cycle. We're going to start up tours again down at the tabulation facility. And if you have well-founded concerns about the election, we want to hear those. And if Justin Heap beats me in the election, I'll give him the call tonight. I'll wish him well, and I'm sure he's going to want to hear those concerns too.
That said, it's been a close race so far. I know we've only gotten the first batch of ballots that have been tabulated, but last I knew it was about a 3,000 difference. You're slightly ahead. How are you feeling? Are you optimistic?
Well, I think it's a great night. The music is good. The people are nice. People have already voted. The race is over. We just have to see where it stands.
And, I know we talked a lot about reaching across the aisle, trying to reach people. If you do get elected, what's the first thing you're going to do? How are you going to reach those people that said, I didn't vote for him, I didn't want him in this job?
Well, I think we've been trying to do that. It's a huge county. Maricopa County would be the 25th largest state if it were a state. It's 6 times larger than a congressional district. Most people have not heard of me or Justin Heap. But it's going to be the same thing over and over. Just keep talking to people and keep listening, frankly.
I will say, I've covered some of the security issues at the tabulation center. There's, fencing around it. People have come to protest. Does that concern you at all, the way people react so strongly and possibly dangerously in elections?
Look, I think you understand that most of our neighbors are rational people. They're not out there to cause harm. Those security measures are done out of an abundance of caution, and we probably won't need any of those security measures, but good for those officials to take the time and put in those safety measures.
All right, well, Mr. Stringham, thank you so much. Any closing thoughts before I let you go back to the party?
The Phoenix Suns are 6-1. Keep it up, guys.
All right, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
and guys,
appreciate it.
obviously it's been a busy night here at the AC Dems watch parties, so we'll keep you posted with all the latest. We're expecting to hear from more people throughout the night speaking, and we'll try and grab as many interviews as we can. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Erica Stapleton there live with the Democrats. Now let's check on the opposite party. We'll check on the Republican side of this. We have our 12 News journalist Bianca Bono is keeping an eye on what's happening with the Kari Lake race for U.S. Senate. Hi, Bianca.
Hi, Kariba. Yes, at this hour, there are three things that I'm watching right now. We're standing in the parking lot of Kari Lake's Phoenix campaign office. So the first thing is I'm watching inside her office for as much as I can see. I can tell you that all of the blinds are drawn, but we have seen some of her campaign team members kind of coming in and out throughout the night. Obviously, they are very closely watching the results come down right now inside that building, but no access for us inside there. And we know that Kari Lake, we're told, is watching, closely monitoring the results alongside her family and alongside some of her campaign team. So that's number one. Number two is I'm watching Kari Lake's X feed. I was told that some updates, if she has anything to say, will likely come out on social media. So far, I haven't seen anything since that 8 o'clock hour hit when we saw those results. And the third, thankfully, I have two phones. I have Arizona statewide results pulled up on one, and I have Maricopa County's on my other phone. And I'm sure there's someone a lot smarter back at the station that can break this down a little bit better. But one thing that caught my attention after that 8 o'clock drop was that in those early ballots that came down, which those are just through last Tuesday, so still a lot more to go, but 1.123 million ballots reflected. And the results, if you look at the voters for Harris Trump and Gallego Lake, it looks like everyone who voted in the presidential race also voted in this U.S. Senate race, but the split is very significant. You see that Trump is certainly outperforming Kari Lake. It's something that pollsters talked so much about, and it's something that Kari Lake really questioned. And, you know, take a look at this video. You can see it's been so clear from the moment that Kari Lake launched her campaign in October of last year. She was closely affiliating herself with former President Donald Trump. In fact, when she announced her candidacy for U.S. Senate, it was via a video from Donald Trump at her rally at that time, and it was his endorsement right off the bat. Obviously, he endorsed her as well when she ran for governor back in the 2022 election, but you can see on her campaign bus, you know, on one side it has her face saying, "Make Arizona Grand Again," of course, playing off of Trump's campaign slogan, "Make America Great Again." And on the other side, it's a photo of Kari Lake and Donald Trump. But what we're seeing, again, in these very early results is that there are significant amount of voters out there who are voting for Donald Trump and voting for Ruben Gallego. So again, so much more to come throughout the night. We'll see how the rest of the results play out. Again, so much more. And we're expecting, hopefully, to hear from Kari Lake's team at some point as more of these results trickle out. But right now, it's just very interesting to me to take a look at those Trump Gallego voters. Again, something that was talked about so much leading up to this race. We weren't sure how it would play out, and now we're starting to see it. Guys?
All right, if Kari Lake decides to come out and speak, we will go right back to you, Bianca. Thanks. In the meantime, we want to check in with 12 News journalist Jade Cunningham. She is following the Prop 139, which concerns women's reproductive rights and enshrining the right to an abortion in the Arizona state constitution. Jade?
Hey, good evening. Yeah, you know, the mood out here has been one of excitement. A lot of people feeling pretty good about where this Proposition 139 is going and what the results are showing. Joining us now, we actually have Laura Dent. She's the campaign manager for Proposition 139. More than 60% are in favor of this proposition so far. How are you feeling?
I am feeling incredibly excited, incredibly optimistic. This is a great early showing for this initiative, and it really just underscores what we've been feeling on the campaign trail, that the majority of Arizonans are supportive of reproductive rights.
Laura.
All right, we'll get back to Prop 139, but for now we're going to send it out to the Arizona Democrats. Ruben Gallego up in the results right now. He is at the podium and he's addressing the crowd. Let's listen in.
The way I did, the son of immigrants,
I would never thought I would make it this far. To be here on this stage tonight. And while we're still waiting for results to come in, I believe that when all those ballots are counted and every Arizona's vote is counted, a poor Latino boy who grew up sleeping on the floor will be headed to the floor of the United States Senate. The first Latino senator in Arizona history. My name is Ruben Gallego. I'm a husband, a congressman, and a Marine. I'm a proud Arizonan and a proud father. I first want to thank my wife, Sydney. We started this campaign 22 months ago and have a 16-month-old daughter. So that tells you everything you need to know about the last 2 years, and now it has not been easy. Thank you, babe. She was with me for every step of the way, and I love you. My sisters, Lisa and Laura, are here, taking care of my son, Michael. We're missing my other sister, Alex, tonight, who's at home, ready to have a baby any day now. My mom, where are you at? There you go. My mom, she raised us, all four of us alone, on a secretary's salary. And like many moms across the country, she did not have it easy. But she gave us everything she could. She worked night and day, all to give us a shot at success. Only in America, only in America can 4 children raised by an immigrant single mom grow up to become a teacher, a doctor, a businesswoman, and soon to be a senator. I wouldn't be here on this stage tonight if it wasn't for her. Gracias, mamá. As a kid, I slept on the floor of my living room so that my sisters can have beds. And I worked every job I could to help the family get by. Meat packing, construction, making pizzas, making hot dogs, you name it. And as a matter of fact, I think my boss at my hot dog stand's actually here, Steve Zerlentes. Steve, where are you at? Steve was a great mentor to me at a time when I didn't have any male mentors. Well, he taught me how to do a proper Chicago-style hot dog, no ketchup, and still let me study for all my exams and do my homework while still making hot dogs. I still have my first suit that I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw all the kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed in America. That's America. Because of that, I decided I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve my country, the country that gave my family a chance to live the American dream, the greatest country in the world. So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah! I know there's some out there. I had the honor of fighting alongside my brothers in Iraq in Lima Company 325, assigned to Al-Anbar, Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima at first, but unfortunately, eventually our luck ran out. And our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days. But the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so is this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign. Go everywhere and talk to everyone. And that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought. But they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either. For 22 months, I've traveled all around this state. And the thing I learned is that we have so much in common. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we all want the same thing, a better life for our kids, and to give our kids a better future. It's just that simple. And that's exactly why I'm here. I believe in the American dream. And I want everyone else to have the same opportunity to make it that I had. I'm here tonight because I believe women should also be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies. I'm here because costs are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe that the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. And because of that, we are going to win. Even though our race isn't quite over yet, I still want to thank all Arizonans who supported me, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C. To my family, my mom, my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, and they're all here. We're a big Latino family. I will always have your back because you always had my back. And to Sydney, Michael, Isla, who always gave me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrolled with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Cheston, who are here tonight, I love you, brothers. Semper Fi, and I'll always have your back. To my campaign team, to all the volunteers and our supporters, to the unions and the community groups who stood and fought alongside us the whole time, thank you. So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids, for the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift, and for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
Almost sounds like an early victory speech of sorts.
That's about as close as you can get to a victory speech without making a victory speech.
You might have to wait a few days for that.
Yeah.
But still a remarkable story when you think about it. Ruben Gallego, congressman since 2014 in the South Phoenix district, low voter turnout, majority Hispanic district, not known statewide, his story kind of known. Kari Lake, TV news anchor, already ran statewide in the governor's race, 100% name recognition, huge name recognition nationwide. And here Ruben Gallego appears to be on the brink of victory in this U.S. Senate race. You heard him say he would be the first Latino senator from Arizona, a remarkable achievement. He outraised Kari Lake. He has blanketed the airways with commercials. I've known him since even before he got into the legislature many years ago. He has come a long, long way to get to this point.
Much more confident with his constituents, much more confident in front of a microphone, is able to very concisely and passionately get his message across.
And I want to add one thing. He's been criticized for being a progressive who moved to the center. And you know what? Yeah, he did that. He is, you can call him guilty, but this is how you win elections in Arizona in particular if you're a Democrat. Kyrsten Sinema showed the way back in 2018. Mark Kelly, who I believe was already pretty much in the center when he started his political career just a few years ago, now a U.S. Senator having won 2 races. That's his model. And I have to add, one more striking fact about this, if indeed Ruben Gallego does become Arizona's next U.S. Senator, this will be the 4th consecutive Senate defeat in 6 years for Republicans. Think about that. Before 2018, Democrats hadn't won a race for the Senate in about 30 years.
Wow.
Wow.
And
wow.
And as long as we're talking about Ruben Gallego and his story, he is one of the congressmen that was involved in the bipartisan deal to try to come up with comprehensive immigration reform, I believe. If he goes to the Senate, how likely are we to see something in the works pretty early on?
That's really hard to say. We don't know who the president's going to be. We don't know yet whether Democrats are going to retain control of the Senate. We don't know yet whether Republicans are going to retain control of the House. All those 3 balls are in the air right now. Until we know where they land, how they land, we won't know what the future of any legislation is.
And right now, Republicans are up to potentially 2 seats in the Senate.
Okay, and they're losing 1 here in Arizona. Well, actually, the Siscomani seat in southern Arizona, they're losing that by 10 points. Here in the Valley, Amish Shah, Democrat, is up over David Schweikert, I think by about a point. Another tight race. And you know what? Can I add this? This is a good time to remind folks that we have a new recount rule in Arizona. And we have a lot of close races tonight that I think are going to be close for a while. They will likely go to a recount under a new law that requires a recount if the margin, the victory margin, is 0.5% or less. And you might wonder, what would that have meant back in 2020? Well, it would have meant the presidential race between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, which Joe Biden won by 0.3%, that would have gone to a recount and potentially held up the certification of the next president, because recounts do take time. I know folks are wondering, when are we going to get the results? In several of these races we're seeing tonight, it is likely it might be a while longer. Recounts could take 2 weeks or so. So brace yourself.
Lots of moving parts. Okay, speaking of that presidential race, let's go over to Will Pitts. Will is keeping an eye on that all-important electoral count. Not the popular vote, but the electoral count.
The electoral count. And Bram, you said this earlier, the path is narrowing a little bit. But this is not exactly decided. If this map stays the way it is, yes, basically the election is over. However, these states up here, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, these have not been called yet. They are just drifting to the red. And let me show you why. If you take a look at Minnesota here, a lot of these rural counties are going red. But in areas like Minneapolis, of course, the most populous area in Minnesota, we've only counted 1,400 votes. There's a lot of votes left to count. Plus, that's Tim Walz's home state. If he loses that, that would be a massive loss for him as well. You've got a whole lot of other states that have a lot of votes left to count here. You've got Philadelphia, that has been called by the AP, but you've got all the counties around it that are just drifting and have not been called. Allentown, Harrisburg, Pittsburgh, even Erie, they're all drifting toward the Democrats, and they have not been called yet. So the map doesn't take them into account. Here in Arizona, of course, this is what we're looking at. We'll look at a county leader. Maricopa County, drifting toward Harris. Coconino County also drifting toward Harris. Tucson, very solidly drifting toward Harris, but again, none of those have actually been called. The only one that has actually been called is Graham County by the AP, and that was for Donald Trump, 76 to 22%. So there's still a lot left in this map that can change the way anything moves. If you want to look at Wisconsin also, county leader. You've got a lot of things that are shaded but not called. Again, Madison, yes, that is called, but not Milwaukee, not Green Bay. A lot of the more population-dense areas have not been called at all. So again, this is pretty much up in the air for a while, but as long as this goes toward 270, whoever crosses that middle mark is the next president. And really, if it stays like this, I think we're looking at crossing 270 very shortly. But again, these numbers, they've got a long way to go, guys.
Yeah, and once again, Arizona comes into play in this national race that everyone is keeping their eyes on. All right, we want to go back to our political panel now, and 12 News journalist Troy Hayden, along with former Congressman Matt Salmon. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, Lorenzo Sierra as well, former House member as well. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. All right, let's talk about this presidential race, guys, if we can. We see that Donald Trump is leading in almost every one of these battleground states. Matt, I know it's still early. Thoughts? Nothing's been called yet.
Well, I was on a radio show before I came here, and I predicted that Trump would win. You know, all eyes are on Pennsylvania, as I said before. But right now, Trump's up in Pennsylvania. So, you know, I think it's his to lose right now. But we still got a lot of votes to count.
Yeah. Lorenzo?
A lot of votes to count. And if you remember last time in 2020, we didn't go until Saturday until we fully knew that Joe Biden had won. So I think anyone who's going to call it right now is going to be calling it too early. So a lot of votes to be counted.
Right. So let's move, if we can, to the legislature, because this is something that could be historic if the numbers hold the way they are. So, Lorenzo, let's talk about that. If things hold right now, we could see a flip from red to blue of our state legislature.
As it looks right now, it looks like the Senate is 16 Democrats and 14 Republicans, which would be a flip for the first time since I think Matt was there.
1990, right?
Yeah, since way back.
When I first went into the state Senate, it was exactly those same numbers, I believe. It might have been 17-13, but that was when Pete Rivas was the Senate president.
Long time ago, so it's been a long time coming. But if everything holds right now, we're looking at a 16-14 Senate, and by my math, it looks like we're looking at about a 30-30 House, which would be, you know, and with the Democratic governor, boy, would totally change the dynamic in the state.
Very much so.
If you said historic, because that has not happened. You said what?
That's the 60s, right? Even after Republicans took a shellacking, the shellacking of the century, when Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon at the federal level, the Republicans still maintain the majority in the state legislature in Arizona.
Wow. All right, let's talk about some of these congressional races if we can. District 1 right now, Amish Shah is leading David Schweikert.
That's a shocker. I know it's still too close to call, way too close to call, and I still believe David will pull it out. Last time round, he was losing on election night as well.
And pulled it out. And you have an interesting story. You went out, Amish Shah talks about knocking on, he told me 20,000, but he got 3,000 more in after you.
Yeah, yes.
23,000 doors. And tell me about that.
When I saw him yesterday, he had just gotten off the trail and he had some lunch. He goes, I need 9 more doors for 23,000. Wow. But he's got this fantastic system, very professional, very, you just can't underestimate how powerful his door knocking is. And people
when you look somebody in the eye and ask for their vote, it means the world.
It absolutely does. And he does that, I think, better than anyone in the state. People underestimated him in his first House run, and I didn't know who he was. And I'm driving through his district, and I'm going, who's this guy? There's signs of his everywhere. And he ends up winning big. And he did the same when he didn't have any TV ads during the primary, the congressional primary. And everyone was saying that, you know, it's between some other folks. And I said, don't underestimate Shah. He quietly is going to be very competitive here. And here he won. And right now he's leading, and we'll see if that holds.
When I first ran for the U.S. House of Representatives, John McCain came out and endorsed me in the primary, and he said, son, you need to knock doors like there's no tomorrow. I want you to wear out 3 pairs of shoes.
Wow.
And so I did. And then later on, John had some skin cancers removed, and he said, okay, that's one of the bad sides of it.
One of the bad is being out all day long. And you wouldn't think in this day and age of social media, but you know that is about as old school as you get, right? Walking up to somebody and knocking on their door.
Retail, absolutely. Retail politician, and Amish Shah is the best at it in Arizona.
All right, so let's talk about what could be another big victory in Maricopa County. turning the Board of Supervisors.
Turning the Board of Supervisors for, gosh, I can't even remember when.
In my lifetime, I can't ever remember the Democrats controlling the Board of Supervisors.
Right, and right now the trends look like Danny Valenzuela is going to hold on to that, the old Bill Gates seat.
He's a centrist. And, I mean, Danny is somebody that a lot of Republicans like.
He's a smart guy. He's a hardworking guy.
Right.
And quite frankly, in that race, you couldn't have lost. Kate Brophy-McGee would have served well, and Danny's going to serve. But it changes the entire dynamic where you had Steve Gallardo was a man on the island. And
well, and even going back, I mean, Ed Pastor was the lone Democrat. And then
Rosemary.
And then Rosemary, yeah. So
well, what does that mean? What does it mean for me as a citizen of Maricopa County to have a Democratic board?
This is one of the biggest, the second biggest county in the country. I believe it's a $4 or $5 billion budget. And that means we're going to be doing things a little bit differently. The last Board of Supervisors took away a lot of the duties that the county recorder was doing. So whether or not that goes back to the county recorder, or they keep it that way, there's any number of things. The county supervisors touch your lives in so many profound ways. You know, the Board of Health, the health departments, and they're going to be the ones that are going to be managing. If Prop 479 goes through, they're the ones that are going to be managing some of these brand new roads that are coming. In my part of town, State Route 30 is going to be a game changer. It's going to be a freeway that essentially goes from the 202 over to Buckeye.
So Southwest Valley.
Yes, it's growing Southwest Valley. I've always said if you've shopped for it or you had it delivered to your house, chances are it went through the district I used to represent. Great amount of commerce going through there. I think it's Arizona's backbone in that area. You look at a city like Tolleson, where Steve Gallardo is the county supervisor. Tolleson has 20,000 jobs and 7,000 citizens.
You know, when the dust all settles, and if the Democrats do take the majority on the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, the Republicans have nobody to blame but themselves. I mean, they treated the Republican members, when I say they, I'm talking about kind of the rank and file, the party workers, treated the Republican county supervisors like dirt, you know, over the election issues, and Stephen Richer, and it was a circular firing squad. And the fact that we now are looking at the possibility of losing almost everything in Arizona. We've lost both Senate seats as Republicans. We've lost almost every state office as Republicans. And now we lose the Board of Supervisors. I'm just hoping one day the Republican Party wakes up and smells the coffee and tries to understand that you can't keep alienating people and winning through division. You have to do addition and multiplication.
It's been a rough stretch if things hold for the Republicans in Arizona, no doubt.
Absolutely.
All right, so
I'll say really quickly, Bill Gates is one of the most thoughtful leaders we have in our state, and the Republican Party ran him out of town.
Well, the same thing happened to Jack Sellers.
Jack Sellers as well.
I mean, the Republican Party ran him out of town, and any of the Republican, or most of the Republican Party activists that I talked to, when they would speak about their Republican county supervisors, who, by the way, actually cut spending when it comes to the budget, in a real way. They really cut the budget, and that just isn't done. And you had Republicans knifing them in the back. And so if we lose the majority, the Republican Party has nobody to blame but themselves.
Matt, Lorenzo, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very interesting conversation. All right, let's head it back to the main desk. Guys, back to you.
All right, good stuff, guys. Thanks for the insight on that. We want to go to Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. He is standing by right now at the Democratic Watch Party, along with 12 News journalist Joe Dana. Joe?
Hey, guys. Here with the Secretary of State, I want you to put your party hat on first. You come from a multi-generation family involved in politics. As a Democrat, what do you make of tonight so far?
Well, I think tonight is the next step in the evolution of the politics in Arizona. You know, it wasn't that long ago that John McCain, may he rest in peace, was winning by 25, 30 points. and we've moved slowly and slowly and slowly in the same direction. It takes a little longer than some of us Democrats would like, but it is what it is. But importantly, I think just like our friends on the Republican side of the aisle that operate in elections at the counties and at the state, we have our political preferences, but we always operate in the best interest of all of our voters.
We know there were bomb threats in one county and then the ballot printer problems in another. Do you have reason to be, at the end of all of this, there will be voters who have been disenfranchised, who went to vote and ended up not? And do you have any way to quantify how many that could be?
There really isn't any way to get an exact number on that, and it's unfortunate, but we did get a court order for those Apache County voters. There are probably still voters standing in line right now in like 40-degree weather up there in northeastern Arizona and along our eastern border. It's a bad thing when that happens, but all in all, generally speaking, the rest of the state went pretty smoothly.
And last thought here, we have heard of several threats in polling places across the country, likely from a foreign actor, possibly from Russia. How serious do you believe that will be as we look back at this overall election in a few days or weeks ahead?
Well, what we know is this is a continuation of the lies and mythologies and conspiracy theories. Our foreign enemies want us to mistrust one another. They want us to mistrust our systems, and by injecting fear and these threats and doubts into the system, they get us to fight each other. They know they can't beat us economically. They know they can't beat us militarily. Well, we can beat ourselves. Excuse me, and they can try to use our own misunderstandings against us. That's why they're doing these things, including the threats. But we're going to get past it as a country. We have a lot more in common than we do that divides us.
Absolutely well said. Credit to those voters who are still waiting in line in parts of northern Arizona and elsewhere. Secretary of State Fontes, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Joe Dana down at the Democratic headquarters with Secretary of State Adrian Fontes talking about maybe the beginning of the transition of Arizona. We'll see what happens, but we are seeing it to a certain extent tonight.
To a certain extent, we just heard a good conversation about the Maricopa County Board. That appears to be, it's poised to become a Democratic-controlled board for the first time. I don't know if Matt Salmon threw a number out, but it's been a long time since that was a Democratic-controlled board, maybe going back to the 80s or 70s. It's been a while, so that is really striking. Again, candidate quality. You know, the Trump Republican Party ran people out of office, and you don't have the candidates who can win in those county districts and make it back to the board. Instead, Democrats are offering those candidates. That's just a striking phenomenon we're seeing right now. I do want to go to some of the results.
We're going to go to Tram.
We'll
go to Tram first. Yeah, we're going to stick with the we'll stick with the Democratic watch party there. Let's check in now with Tram I. Hi, Tram.
Hi, you guys. We just now are joined by Congresswoman-elect Yasmin Ansari. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really
How does it feel? You won 73% of the vote.
It feels amazing. You know, I've been campaigning for a long time now, and my team and I have knocked on over 180,000 doors in this district, really connected directly with our residents. So I am just really honored that people put their trust in me to represent them in Washington, D.C.
Critics have said this was not your time. They doubted you. What do you say to them now?
I think it's time for a new generation of leadership. I think people are really hungry for candidates who work hard, who want to get things done, who are just more straightforward and understand the issues of our time. And throughout my campaign, I focused on issues like housing affordability, like combating our extreme heat, like protecting women's reproductive rights. And my track record shows I'm somebody who works really hard. I served on the Phoenix City Council and got a lot done in one term, and I'm going to do the exact same thing in Congress.
And you were the youngest woman to serve on the Phoenix City Council. Yes. You are now the youngest woman who will be in Congress and the first Iranian Democrat. What does that mean for you as a daughter of immigrants?
It means a lot. Honestly, it's very emotional. My parents came to the U.S. in the 70s, and they, you know, it's interesting to think about how if they weren't able to flee their country, how different my life would have been. And, you know, I would have been under an authoritarian regime where women have far less rights, and I was born in this country, and I've always worked really hard, and I really want to fight to make sure that the next generation of Americans have the same opportunities I did. can acknowledge that I've been very lucky. I had a good education. My parents gave me everything, and I really, really, that's why I love public service, and that's why I love this country so much, because the opportunities we have are so unique.
Is this a surreal moment for you?
It is. It finally feels real, and I am just like, my parents are here tonight, and I love them so much. I met 2 voters today who told me they voted for me because my mom came to their door over the last couple of years, so she's my secret weapon for sure.
Yeah, I bet. So when you go to Congress next year, what does day one look like for you?
Well, it's obviously going to really depend on what kind of administration is there, but I'm going to be there to do whatever I can and get things done. I really want to work on job creation for my district. I think housing is one of the biggest issues that we're facing here in the Valley, and I think it's something you can work on in a bipartisan way to increase our housing supply and make sure that young individuals can have the option to purchase a home. So that's something I want to get to work on immediately.
Obviously, you are one of the first races that was called from the AP. There's still many other races to go. It's still early in the night. What does it look like for you, for the Dems?
I'm feeling very hopeful. I think that the ground game that we saw here in the state was unprecedented. We're seeing a lot of positive momentum in some of our county supervisor races and the propositions that were on the ballot, like 139 to protect reproductive freedom, the proposition to increase funding for community colleges. And Ruben Gallego's doing great. So it's still early, but I'm remaining hopeful, and it's definitely going to be a long night.
All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations
Thank you so much.
again. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, you just heard from Congresswoman-elect Yasamin Ansari for District CD3, and we're still waiting for more interviews to come. Hopefully we will get the mayor of Phoenix, Kate Gallego, making her way down the line to talk to us later on in the evening. But again, the night is still young. We're going to send it back to you.
All right, Tram, thank you. Yes, the night is still young, but some races are starting to take shape. Bram, you're going to run us through a bunch of election results that we have
and
so
very
far.
interesting what's happening. Juan Ciscomani is trailing tonight in District 6.
Yeah, he's trailing big. So again, I'll trot out another storyline. Control of the House of Representatives is up for grabs. Arizona has 2 swing districts. CD1 here in the Valley, where Amish Shah has a slight lead over David Schweikert, the 7-term Republican incumbent. Down in southern Arizona, this is a rematch between Democrat Kirsten Engel, former state lawmaker, Juan Ciscomani, first-term Republican lawmaker. Ciscomani has never quite found a home in today's Republican Party. You just read what's happening online. There are a lot of Republicans who are happy to see him go because he wasn't all in with Donald Trump. Tried to be, couldn't quite get there. Kirsten Engel now leads by 10 points in a rematch. I was told early on, keep an eye on this race. She has a very strong ground game. So far, that's working out. Could be a pickup for the Democrats as they seek to regain control of the House. That story is going to be just ongoing for the next several hours.
Bram, before we get to the next race, let's talk about the late early ballots.
Right, and so this is a Maricopa County phenomenon, largest county in the state, responsible for 60% of or more of all votes. What we're seeing today is a lot of ballots were dropped off on Election Day. Early ballots dropped off today on Election Day. Those are known as the late earlies. We don't know how many there are. They're going to be counted by tomorrow evening, I believe. Supervisor Bill Gates, County Supervisor Bill Gates, told us that they could be decisive in some of these races we've been bringing you tonight with some of the results we've been showing you. They could be decisive in determining who wins. Problem is, those are going to take a while to count because they all have to be signature verified before they can be counted. That takes some time. There's a lot more other counting that needs to happen, so that could drag out the count a little longer. Also, before they leave the vote center tonight, they all must be, actual ballot must be hand counted, not the names on the ballot, but the ballot itself must be hand counted before it's sent out. That will add time to the process.
Can I ask you, in 2024, most of us who have been voting for any number of years are kind of used to not getting the results. We are a society, we love instant gratification. When it comes to elections now in modern times, a lot of the time you don't get that instant gratification. When do you think we could expect to have some final results, hard results in Arizona?
Well, I want to point out this new law requiring the hand count of all ballots is a Republican law, and it's been Republicans who have been pushing to make the count faster. This will slow it down. The sponsor of the law says he's fine with that. Arizonans can drink a toast while they wait for the ballots to be counted. Toast in the name of election security. So in 2020, I'll go back to 2020, the Joe Biden's race against Donald Trump was excruciatingly close. Joe Biden won that by 11,000 votes. That was called on Saturday after the Tuesday, so 4 days after the election. That's relatively quick. And I do want to say I understand why a lot of people are confused by reporting on how long it will take to count all the ballots and believing that's how long it'll take to get results. That's not the case. It is media organizations, not the counties that count the ballots. It's media organizations that call the races. We're the ones who said Joe Biden won, on that Saturday.
So would it be Friday-ish?
It could be Friday-ish. It could be Saturday. It could be Sunday. But again, there might be some recounts.
All right. All right, Bram, we'll get back to you in just a moment. But if you're watching us here on 12 Plus, we're going to take a quick pause to welcome our TV audience in. You don't have to go anywhere. Just stay right there. We'll be right back with more results and analysis. Our coverage continues all night long right here on 12 Plus.
This is a 12 News Arizona Decision 2024 update.
And we want to say welcome to our 12 News audience. As you join us locally, we'll be giving you an update on what's been happening both here in the Valley and statewide as we keep our eyes on all the big races. Thanks for staying with 12 News for coverage of Decision 2024. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Kadiva Devine. We're also joined by 12 News political journalist Bram Resnick. We'll get you back to NBC coverage coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's talk about the results. The big one here, battleground state Arizona for the race for the White House. These are the results coming in so far. Right now, it is neck and neck, Bram, but it looks like Kamala Harris trailing by about 6,000 votes.
Yeah, it's been neck and neck all night, just off 6,000 votes, as you say. Remember, Joe Biden won Arizona by just 10,000, 11,000 votes in 2020, so she's kind of, falling behind Biden. Looking at some of the results in other counties, it appears to me Donald Trump's and the Republican Party strategy of trying to run up the score in more rural counties is having an effect right now.
Okay.
And now we have CD1. This is Democrats' second chance in Arizona to flip a seat, which will bring them closer to controlling the House of Representatives in Washington. Amish Shah, former lawmaker, leads David Schweikert by a little less than 5,000 votes. Schweikert's a tough candidate, tough campaigner, 7-term incumbent. This race is not over yet. A lot more ballots left to count.
Yeah, and speaking of the ballots, the late earlies, we want to point that out because this is really just half the story that we're seeing with the results.
Right, so there's a big chunk of ballots dropped off today. Voters dropped off early ballots today. Those are called late early ballots. They will have to be counted at some point. We don't know how many there are. We're told they'll be counted sometime tomorrow. They'll have to be signature verified. So if you want results fast, they're going to slow it down because that signature verification will take time. We might not know for several days how those early ballots went, what the votes were in those early ballots went. If you remember 2018 and Senator Kyrsten Sinema, current Senator Kyrsten Sinema's first run for office. That's exactly the situation. It all depended on the late early ballot.
And quickly, Bram, another thing that could delay final results for our state, a delay in Navajo County.
That's right. It's still unclear to me. I don't know whether polling places in Navajo County, in Apache County, on the Navajo Nation, they were supposed to stay open till 9. They might still be open. There were problems getting that vote in. That's a Kamala Harris-rich area for votes.
Which is why I say stay tuned. All right, Bram, thanks. If you're watching us on 12 News, we'll send you back to NBC's national coverage of Decision 24. 24 will have another update in an hour.
Welcome back to continuing coverage on 12 Plus of Decision 2024. A lot of races. Results are coming in right now. We're going to take a quick break here, but in the meantime, we're going to show you all the results of all the races happening here locally and across the state. And then we'll join you here coming up in just a few minutes on 12 News on TV and on 12 Plus.
12 News and 12 Plus, Arizona Decision 2024, and the local race results are pouring in.
It's what tonight is all about.
The surprises.
14 points early on. That's a surprise.
The nail biters.
You're slightly ahead. How are you feeling?
And the state of the biggest race of all.
The race for the White House.
Exclusive 12 News election night coverage of Arizona Decision 2024 on 12 News and 12 Plus starts now.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's election night here in Arizona and across the country. Ballots are being counted as we speak. We're tracking the latest in the race for the White House, the U.S. Senate, and several other critical local races. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Kariva Devine.
And I'm Bram Resnick.
All right, so let's get straight to the results. And Bram, we're going to start with the big one, the big daddy of them all, the race for the White House. An hour or so ago, it was very close between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Now, former President Trump, who is seeking his second term, is putting a little distance between himself and Harris.
He's up by 7,000 votes. I estimate about two-thirds. We're close to two-thirds of all votes that have been cast have been counted so far statewide. That's a rough guesstimate. So far, Donald Trump is doing a little better than he did last time around in Arizona when he lost the state by 11,000 votes to Joe Biden. We had thought early on this might be a red mirage. We might see more of a lead for Donald Trump, given that here in Maricopa County, Republican voters turned in more early ballots than Democrats. They have a built-in registration advantage, and that showed in the early returns here in Maricopa County, the state's largest, but there you go, neck and neck. This one, the Senate race, U.S. Senate race, Ruben Gallego, Democrat, would be the first Latino senator from the state of Arizona, leading Kari Lake by 6 points. This really mirrors closely all the polling to this point. A bit of a surprise that Kari Lake is trailing Donald Trump. She's underperforming Donald Trump. There, too, the polling showed that was happening as well. Big difference. It appears that Latino men are splitting their ticket, going for Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, and Donald Trump, the Republican.
Interesting.
Arizonans are notorious ticket splitters. This ballot proposition, very few of the ballot propositions you had to wade through actually are passing right now. This is one of them that is passing, a tax refund for public nuisance. Basically, if you are a business or a homeowner and you believe a city has not enforced its laws against public nuisances, specifically in many cases, homeless people around your home, you can apply for a tax refund, a property tax refund. That one is passing by a wide margin.
Is this kind of a byproduct of the zone being cleared out?
It's a byproduct of the frustration that many residents, business owners in particular, have with the growth of the homeless population here in Maricopa County. Maybe less so statewide, but certainly here in Maricopa County. The zone, a major homeless encampment west of downtown Phoenix, that has now been broken up. But that was a problem for many businesses in that area. They filed a suit.
All right, Props 133 and 140. Now, one preserves the current Arizona primary system the way it is, and the new proposition would actually have open primaries so that you could vote for anyone, including an independent, or an independent voter could vote for anyone. And it was decided before this happened that the proposition, even though they cancel each other out, the proposition...
Which is very confusing, by the way.
It is. Look at me. The proposition that won by the largest number of votes would be the deciding factor. Well, they're both losing.
This is kind of a throw all the bums out vote, right? They're both losing, so you don't want to keep partisan primaries, but you don't want to blow them up either.
So you don't want to change, but you
this.
don't want it to stay the same, as our producer put it.
And the question as we were discussing this proposition, okay, what wins if the voters support both? Well, it's the one that has more votes. That's the way the law works. In this case, I'm not sure which one's the loser, or maybe just neither one wins, and so we just stay where we are.
That's
remarkable, but I give the voters, well, some credit. They sort of, I suppose. I don't know.
All right, we're going to head now to 12 News journalist Tram Mai, who is live at the Democratic Watch Party in Phoenix, where Senate candidate Ruben Gallego is currently leading Republican Kari Lake.
And Tram, what's the mood there? I would think there's a pretty good story for Democrats in Arizona to tell.
Stopping us now. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, this crowd is very energized, and it seemed as though Gallego was pretty much making his victory speech. But right now, I want to bring in Mayor Kate Gallego, who was just reelected to her second term. Congratulations tonight.
Thank you. I am excited to serve the people of Phoenix again and invest in our future. It really was a wonderful election night for me.
You went up there, up on stage. You had your 7-year-old son doing some kind of an interpretive dance.
Yes, so while I was giving my speech, he acted it out. I don't know what I was thinking having him in front of me. So I was talking about the regional transportation campaign winning, and he did a bus dance. It'll be a special memory for us. I might have to show the footage from tonight at his wedding one day.
Oh, yes, exactly. Well, there's plenty of friends and family here celebrating. Yes. So everyone's coming together tonight for the big night. All right, I have to ask you, we could be on the cusp of a very historic election, electing our very first female president of the United States. If that happens, what does that mean for you being a female leader yourself?
It means the biggest glass ceiling would finally be shattered. I remember in Phoenix when we got a female fire chief and female police chiefs, little girls felt like there was whole new fields where they could be the top leader, and it was so inspiring to them. But this is the biggest office in the land, and it was inspiring to see parents bringing little girls to the polling place so that they could tell them where they were today.
No doubt. Obviously, this election is, full of what could be a possibly historic moment. It's also been full of a lot of vitriol. It's been full of controversy. You've been on the receiving end of numerous attacks yourself. What is that like to see not only, the state so divided, the country so divided, and how do we bring people together?
That is such an important question. It did seem like tonight voters rewarded generally the candidates who focused on policy and vision for the future as opposed to attacks. And we had some really strong votes. In Phoenix, our 10-year plan was on the ballot. It's passing with more than 80% of the vote. So if we have a shared vision, it'll be easier to get there.
When you talk about the vision and you talk about the future, now that you are going into your second term as mayor of Phoenix, what does the future look like for Phoenix?
So I'm hoping to continue to work to protect our water supply, high-wage jobs. We want the next generation of technology to be made in Phoenix. And then I heard a lot from people who had a hard time affording health care or just getting a doctor's appointment. So getting more health care options, the new ASU Medical School, the Cancer Center with U of A, all of those can really make for a healthier Phoenix, and that would be so meaningful to our community.
All right, Mayor Kate Gallego, congratulations. Good luck. We so appreciate your time with us tonight. Now you can have fun at the rest of the party.
Thanks for voting and tuning in.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we've got a lot more in store for you tonight at the Democratic Watch Party. Again, it's still relatively young at 10 o'clock. We've got a couple more hours to go as the results roll in, but for now, we'll send it back to you.
Bram, thanks. We want to get up to date on some changes that we're seeing in some of the races, Bram.
Yes, Donald Trump. This race changed slightly, or did it? What's only? I thought
it's still
9,000. Okay, it's a 9,000 vote lead for Donald Trump right now over Kamala Harris. One big chunk of votes we're still waiting for are the in-person votes cast today here in Maricopa County. We don't know what that number is, but we were told at a news conference earlier this week. Actually, well, earlier this week was yesterday.
It's been a long week already.
Those in-person ballots, the results will be released tonight, so we're still waiting on those. Could be a significant number.
We just had some of our reporters out at some of the voting centers, and there were still people in line waiting to vote at 9:45.
You got to take your hats off to voters for putting up with that and staying in the
right.
line.
Some
Realizing
waiting as much as 70 minutes.
Yeah, understanding the importance and the significance of this election year in particular.
And one thing we should note regarding the Republican Party, there is no Republican Party tonight.
Right. So,
Watch party.
if you are a Republican and you're ready to throw a brick at your TV, first of all, don't do that because we would hate for you to ruin your TV. But typically, in an election year, you will have a watch party for the Republican candidates where the media shows up and all the Republican candidates show up along with their election workers, and a Democratic Party. Well, the Democrats are having one this year. The Republicans opted not to have a gathering party. Instead, all of the Republican candidates, no matter their offices, are in their own locations, wherever that may be. Last we heard, Carrie Lake was at her headquarters, and that's where Bianca Bono is, who we'll check in with in a second. So we just don't want you to think that we're ignoring the counterpart to this Democratic watch party. If there was a Republican Party, we would be there.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll go out to Bianca in just a little bit. But let's continue with some of these newest result numbers that we're seeing right now. This is for this big seat here, U.S. Senate, Arizona. Ruben Gallego right now, 52% of the vote. He's got a pretty sizable lead there over Carrie Lake, who's now reporting at 46%.
Two things to point out. If this result holds, this would be the Republican Party's fourth consecutive defeat in a United States Senate race in just 6 years. Kyrsten Sinema broke the Republican streak at about 30 years of holding both Senate seats. Now Republicans can't win it back, and that is really something. There's just so many mixed messages ultimately in the race tonight. One more thing I want to point out, especially regarding these statewide races, as I look at the Secretary of State's site right now, there are no reports from Apache County, where the Navajo Nation has a huge presence, or Cochise County, a border county with a strong Republican presence. So not huge amounts of votes, but votes that could turn a race one way or the other.
All right, well, we mentioned that the Republicans are not having a watch party, but we have Bianca Bono, who is on the watch outside of Carrie Lake's headquarters, and we're going to check in with her tonight. Bianca, any Carrie Lake sightings tonight?
No, we don't believe she's actually here, but we have been monitoring Carrie Lake's campaign office here in Phoenix all night long. Although the blinds have been drawn, we have seen members of Carrie Lake's campaign team here where they're likely monitoring the results inside. We're told that Carrie Lake is closely watching the results alongside her family and some of her team members tonight. And as we have reported, there is no Arizona Republican Party or Lake election night party tonight, and we have not heard anything from her since polls closed at 7 o'clock this evening, and certainly not since the first batch of results dropped around 8 o'clock. We are also watching her social media channels to try to get a sense of how she is feeling so far. But leading up to this point, she has said that she's felt confident. She told me on Friday that looking back on her 13-month campaign, she couldn't think of anything that she would have done differently. Lake herself did vote early in this election, but around noon today, she was with her son at a Mesa polling location as he voted in person today. I asked her what she would like to see in terms of in-person election day turnout to put herself in a position where she could feel most confident when polls close tonight.
We still have 250,000 Republicans who have not turned in their ballot. They've not voted. So I want to see every single one of those registered Republicans get out there. If you know somebody, if you've already voted, go to your contact list, reach out to your friends and make sure they vote. I don't want one ballot sitting on a kitchen countertop and not turned in. I don't want one Republican to sit home. Our country is depending on us getting out and voting today. Turnout's been good, but not good enough. We need 100% turnout, Republican turnout.
As we have seen in these initial results, with again still a lot more to come, those elusive voters that pollsters have been talking about leading up to this election do exist. Voters who casted their vote for Donald Trump, but instead of voting for the Trump-endorsed Senate candidate in Kari Lake, voted for her opponent in Ruben Gallego. And that was evident, especially in Maricopa County's first ballot drop tonight. Now, notably, when asked today if Kari Lake would accept the results of this election, regardless of the outcome, today she said yes, she will accept the results of the election. We will, of course, update you if we hear anything from Kari Lake or her campaign. For now, we're live in Phoenix. Bianca Bono, 12 News.
Bianca, thanks. Let's continue our coverage as we take you to the Maricopa County Tabulation Center, where they are hard at work at this hour processing ballots.
And Colleen, what are you hearing at this hour?
Yeah, the hard work continues, like you said, Mark, of processing those early ballots received before Election Day. Maricopa County working 24/7 for the past several days to work on getting those ballots processed and through signature verification. That 8 p.m. initial results drop, I would like to know, included 1.1 million ballots reported by Maricopa County. Those ballots were received by the county by last Tuesday, a week ago. In recent years, we've seen that 8 p.m. drop include ballots received through Friday. Supervisor Bill Gates pointed to the 2-page ballot, the first Maricopa County has had since 2006, taking time to process. Still, though, he's expecting to finish tabulating every last ballot in the 10 to 13 days the county anticipated weeks ago.
We understand that attention that's being paid, and we want to move through this as quickly as possible. And we still feel confident that we will complete all of the tabulating and reporting of ballots somewhere between 10 to 13 days, which is where historically we've been in Maricopa County, really since the 1990s.
Now, of course, results will be dropped in the coming days, but also throughout the night tonight. As Bram has pointed out a few times, we have not seen those day of votes put into the tabulators today, in-person votes brought back here to McTech yet. We're waiting on those results to come back. Now, those poll workers do have another step that they have to take now because of a new law enacted by the state legislature. What they have to do is all of those late early ballots have to be counted in their green affidavit envelopes. So they're not counting the votes themselves, but the number of envelopes that people dropped off, the number of ballots people dropped off before they can close that vote center and then drive it back here to McTech in order for those to start being processed, but also for those memory drives then to be also put into the server here and then uploaded as results. So we have not seen any additional ballots be added to the results for Maricopa County yet, but those should be coming here in the next bit overnight into the early morning hours as they continue their 24/7 operations here at Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. Mark and Caribe.
All right, Colleen, thanks. In the race for Maricopa County Sheriff, Republican Jerry Sheridan has a narrow lead right now over his Democratic opponent, Tyler Kemp.
12 News journalist Chase Golightly is joining us live at Sheridan's watch party and spoke with him as those initial results started to come in. Chase?
Caribe, Mark, that's right. As soon as that initial ballot drop happened just shortly after 8 o'clock, the crowd of Jerry Sheridan supporters burst into cheers. But when you speak to Sheridan about those initial results, he says that he's still being cautiously optimistic. He says that he's not going to start the celebration until a few more ballot drops happen. And at the watch party, he is still here making his way, talking to some supporters as they file out as the night is getting late. But Jerry Sheridan had a long career with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, where he worked for 40 years, working his way up the ladder all the way to becoming Chief Deputy under Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He was Sheriff Joe's right-hand man. But when you talk to Sheridan about that, he really tries to take a step back from that. He says that he's not Joe Arpaio. He is his own person, and if elected, he will be his own sheriff in this. And we also talked to him about the major issues that the sheriff's office is currently facing, talking about a dramatic increase in inmate deaths, talking about low employment that he says that he's going to try to improve along with morale, and also that federal monitor that is currently taking place. And when we spoke with Sheridan shortly after that initial ballot drop, this is what he said he believes is the top issue at the office.
The number one issue for the sheriff should be the inmate deaths. They took 3 to the emergency room today, and 2 are on life support right now from what I heard. And this is just today. So this is the biggest issue. People's lives are at stake in that jail system. Something needs to be done. I know what to do. I have a plan to get it done, but I have to get there first.
Now, Sheridan does have a controversial background. He's currently on the Brady list, a database of officers with sustained findings of credibility issues. In 2016, a federal judge said Sheridan lied under oath and defied orders during the landmark Melendrez civil lawsuit that has cost taxpayers more than $250 million. But back out here, everyone that we spoke with that is leaving saying that they are waiting in anticipation for that next ballot drop to see if that lead will be extended. Of course, we'll be sure to keep you updated as we learn more. But for now, we're in North Scottsdale. Chase Golightly, 12 News.
Chase, thanks. We want to continue our coverage now and go out to Tram Mai, the Democratic Watch Party, for more on the race there.
And she is with supporters of Prop 139. Hi, Tram.
Hey guys, yes, we are here with Athena Salmon. Athena, you spoke earlier, you took the stage. You were talking about Prop 139. Obviously, it looks like it will pass with 63% of the vote. But your message to the crowd here tonight?
Our message is we are about to make history in Arizona. When you think about the beginning of the year, when the Supreme Court tried to enact a total ban on abortion, and now the Arizona voters have amended the Constitution to end Arizona's current abortion and stop any abortion ban in the future, it truly is a historic page that we are about to turn here tonight.
Obviously, this has been such a divisive issue. I mean, not only here in Arizona, but really across the nation, driving so many people out to the polls. But are you surprised that this did not result in more wins for the Democrats?
You know, I think what we see is when you look at Arizona, over 820,000 people signed the petition to get this on the ballot. We actually know that abortion rights is a top issue, not a divisive issue for Arizonans and for Americans, because they see the bans in place. They see that women are dying because of state abortion bans that have been put forward. So, you know, what we're seeing with Prop 139 obviously is very exciting, and we're still, every single ballot needs to be counted in Arizona. Of course, we know that because of cycle after cycle. So it is still early, but with Rubin's race being, the senator being up ahead, the state legislature is up ahead right now in this moment with the reproductive freedom majority. So still too early to call in those instances, but every single ballot needs to be counted.
You know, critics and opponents, they have always said that they have had a problem with the wording of this, that they say that there is not a ban on abortion, that abortion currently, as it stands, is illegal up to 15 weeks. What do you say to them?
I say, you know, explain that to people like Ashley, who needed to have an abortion later in pregnancy when she was experiencing complications and had to leave the state to get the care that she needed. You know, myself, I was pregnant under the current abortion ban, and I was having conversations with my doctor of how close to death do I need to be before I can get life-saving health care. You know, they use this terminology and they use rhetoric, but at the end of the day, a ban is still a ban. They can call it whatever they want. And that's why we see that over 60% of Arizonans showed up to support abortion access in the Constitution and to restore reproductive freedom for Arizonans across the state.
So explain what this means, not only for women, but also doctors.
Yes, so women and doctors can, the decision-making power is returned to the patient and their trusted healthcare provider instead of the government calling those shots and making those decisions for them.
So doctors will not be held liable then under this proposition, that doctors will not be held liable if they do an abortion post 15 weeks.
Well, the constitutional amendment will end Arizona's current abortion ban, but you know, the next steps, like, we're still gonna have to see what comes next.
All right, Athena, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we've got more interviews. We are waiting for more candidates to hopefully come to the stage as well as talk with us. But again, it's still a bit early, and we're still waiting for more races to be called. But that's going to do it for us live at the Democratic Watch Party. Back to you.
All right, Tram Mai live at Democratic headquarters. I really wish the Republicans had a gathering spot. It would make our coverage better. We would be able, for all of our Republican viewers, we'd be able to satisfy you. It's just not happening. But what is happening, we're starting to get a look at people's feelings as they exit the polls. Let's go to 12 News journalist Will Pitts with a look at some of the exit polling we've got.
Yeah, and we should say exit polling is exactly that. As you exit the polls, there is somebody standing out there to ask you a couple of questions, some demographic information, some attitude questions, maybe who you voted for. A lot of that information comes down. And we've got some of those exit polls from earlier today. Now, right now, this is the gender breakdown from Republicans and Democrats. Take a look at this. This is basically perfectly inverted. You've got 52% men voting for Republicans, 51% women say they're Republicans, 45% men Democrat, and then it's a basic complete inversion. They almost equal each other out. Now take a look at this. This is one question that they were asked. Are you better or worse off than you were 4 years ago? Now, this is a question they've been asking since 2008. 2008, the start of Obama's term, 42% said they were worse off than they were 4 years ago. That steadily declined until 2020. And now look, 2024, 45% agree with that statement, that their financial situation is worse than it was 4 years ago. What issue mattered most in deciding your vote? For people who voted for Trump, we're talking the economy, 51%. People who voted for Harris, democracy was their #1 issue in deciding their vote, 56%. Of course, abortion, economy, and democracy take up the other sections for those voters. Now, did you vote for your candidate or against the other candidate? Basically, this is asking how loyal are you to the candidate you supported. For Trump voters, 80% voted for Trump specifically, and only 17% voted for anybody but Harris. When it comes to Harris, 67% say they voted for specifically Harris, but 30% say they voted for basically anybody but Trump. So a lot of attitudes coming out of the polling place, and guys, this may end up playing a large part in how the vote goes, and this is all national also. This may end up being a large part of how this goes once things are decided, guys.
All right, Will, thank you so much for that insight. Before we finish our show, we're going to go through a lot of the other election results. We have a lot of races to cover here. So, Bram, we're going to let you take the lead and show us what the results are right now.
Okay, and we're going to try to attach them to storylines so you can see the bigger picture. Let's go to CD6 in southern Arizona. House District 6, Juan Ciscomani is the incumbent Republican congressman. He is losing to Kirsten Engel, former state lawmaker, in their rematch. I had heard that Engel had a pretty good ground campaign, get out the vote campaign. Looks like it's working. Ciscomani has never quite found a home in the current Trump Republican Party. Can't seem to satisfy either moderates or certainly not the Trumpers in his district. This would help Democrats in the House as they try to regain control of the House by flipping a seat if this result holds for the next little bit. Senate District 17, legislative district, also down in Pinal County, southern Arizona. Very interesting. This could be a pickup for Democrats who need one vote in the Senate to basically make it a tie. John McClain, first-time candidate, got a lot of money behind him, is leading. Vince Leach, a former senator, is trying to get his old seat back by 8 points. If this holds, this would be a pickup for Senate Democrats. Legislative Senate Democrats at the Capitol, give them a tie with Republicans, and for Katie Hobbs, at least perhaps end an era of divided government by giving her at least a shot in one of the chambers at the Capitol. Let's move on now to...
I don't know if we can get it. How about U.S. House District 1? Amish Shah, the last time I was looking, Amish Shah was leading David Schweikert, a 7-time incumbent.
That race is a toss-up right now, although Amish Shah with a 2-point lead, about 5,000, less than 5,000 votes. We've said it over and over tonight. David Schweikert, 7-term congressman, Republican, is a tough campaigner. He won in 2022 in a year when he was plagued by ethics charges. He won that race by 0.5 of a point, but he's hanging in there now against Amish Shah. Could go down to the wire. Again, another potential pickup for House Democrats in D.C. And can we go to some of the props right now? Okay, so we're having trouble getting our numbers up. Let's talk about some of the props. Prop 139, that's the big one in Arizona, would enshrine the right to abortion in the state constitution. That is still leading by 63% to 37%, which is almost exactly where the polling was. So can't say the polls always get something wrong. That looks like it will be approved and become state law. Interesting that 63% of voters said yes. Obviously, many of those voters also voted for Donald Trump with 50%.
Bram, it's also interesting, Prop 314, I don't know if we can go to that or not, but that is the border immigration proposition. It has passed tonight easily, or it will pass, it looks like. However, we will also say that this is a bill that looks better on paper than it actually comes down to enforcement.
Right. It doesn't provide money for enforcement, and the bottom line is it's unenforceable because of the Supreme Court ruling in 2012 in Arizona's SB 1070. States can't enforce federal immigration law.
All right, well, we have much more coverage ahead. We want to thank you for watching 12 News. Do not forget to download 12 Plus on your Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku devices. That's where we're going to have continuing coverage. We're not done yet, right?
No, the night is young.
The night is young, so we will be on 12 Plus. Download that now so you can keep up with all the results as they continue to come in across the state.
And be sure and join Emily and Allison for Today in AZ starting at 4:26 tomorrow morning. Hi, everyone. Welcome to continuing coverage here on 12 Plus. We are glad you're with us tonight as we roll on through the midnight hour. And then a new crew from 12 News of 12 News journalists will come on and take you through the rest of the night and into tomorrow morning. Yeah. This is a night where there are many stories to tell. We still don't know who the president will be, but we may know now that one race has been called, and that's the U.S. Senate. And it appears that Ruben Gallego is headed to Washington, and this time in the Senate.
Just to frame that, the Senate has been called for Republicans.
Okay.
So there's a majority. Sherrod Brown, Ohio.
So there's a majority without
the U.S. Senate itself.
Okay, so the Senate race in Arizona has not been called.
Senate race in Arizona has not been called yet.
Correct.
Okay, you have something interesting about the ballot counting right now.
Right, and so much has changed in the ballot count. A lot is kind of still the same. We've been talking about late early ballots tonight, ballots that were dropped off, early ballots dropped off on Election Day that won't be counted for several days. Not unusual, happened back in 2018. But, you know, I've done 10 of these nights, 10 election cycles, and typically around 10 p.m., 11 p.m., there is one more ballot release of results by Maricopa County. We haven't seen that. That would be the in-person vote today. People showed up at vote centers today to cast a ballot. And we're told by our colleague Colleen Sikora, who is at the election headquarters in Maricopa County, no single truck from any of the 246 vote centers has returned to the what we call McTech, which is where all the tabulators are. None of them have returned to McTech, nor any memory card from the vote centers. None of them have been received yet. So not only has those ballots not been dropped, they haven't even been counted yet. They haven't even reached the headquarters yet, where all the counting gets done.
And is there any sense of how many that could be?
Oh, it will be thousands, tens of thousands.
Okay.
Of in-person ballots that were counted today. So again, usually we would have those. They might change the results, likely will change the results. You've seen tonight, maybe one direction or the other, but that's a new wrinkle. It is possible this has something to do with having to count all the early ballots in those vote centers by hand before they can be sent to the vote center. It's quite likely they want to do this all
Now,
at
are you
once.
talking about the late earlies?
These are the late earlies.
These are the votes that people filled out, the ballots, and instead of mailing them back weeks ago, they took them to the ballot center drop-off today, and that creates a tougher job for elections workers.
Yeah, so two different kinds of ballots. In-person ballots, where you're in a little booth there and you fill out the ballot yourself. Late earlies, early ballots, you just drop into a bin and it's taken to McTech, the ballot tabulation center. I don't understand why memory cards can't be just transported in a vehicle versus probably the truck you need for early ballots. Don't know the answer to that, but it is one more delay in the count. It is possible they will catch up tomorrow on Wednesday, and we'll see a whole big push of ballot results. And I will say, Bill Gates, County Supervisor Bill Gates, who is the point person for the county on elections, he did say yesterday at a news conference they expected to release more ballots on the Wednesday than they typically do. Wednesdays in the past, the day after the election, have been kind of a, hey, let's catch our breath kind of day. Let's just see where we are, assemble all the ballots, know what we have. But the expectation now is we're going to see more results on Wednesday, tomorrow, than we would usually see in elections past.
And then there was another wrinkle in Apache County, right, where the polling centers stayed open a little bit later because of some issues earlier in the day.
Right, and so we don't know yet, and I haven't been able to actually check Twitter with some really good reporters out there who are following this closely. We don't know yet whether the polling places, 9 polling places were ordered to stay open until 9 p.m. It's now 10:30 because of problems earlier in the day at those centers. There is a large, Navajo Nation has a large presence in Apache County. That is a place that Joe Biden won. County Joe Biden won with 66% of the vote. So we don't know yet what the status of the vote centers are, whether voting is still going on. I want to get back to what Colleen Sikora is telling us, which is that you've seen the lines tonight at vote centers here in the Valley. She says all vote centers are now closed. The last voter has cast a ballot. So good for you. If you stay
Yes, thanks for hanging in there.
to cast a ballot. Thank you. I am proud of you.
All right.
I mean, that's
when Graham is proud of you, that's a good thing. And I say that with all sincerity.
really.
He is a guy who lives and breathes politics. Bram, let's take a look at some of the races, starting with the U.S. Senate. I was talking about it a second ago. Ruben Gallego does have a sizable lead over Kari Lake, but this is not over yet.
Not over yet. I believe I need to do my math on the fly here. So, yeah, we have at least 2/3 of the ballots are already in. I think I said earlier that we have not seen any reports from Apache County, which we just discussed, nor Cochise County in southern Arizona, which is a Republican-rich county. So that's something to keep in mind. If Ruben Gallego holds on to win, this will be the 4th consecutive victory by a Democrat in a U.S. Senate race in 6 years. An astonishing losing streak for Republicans after holding both Senate seats for 30 years or so. And you get back as a candidate quality, yeah, probably. Kirsten Sinema back in 2018, now an independent, and both Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake are running for the seat that Kyrsten Sinema is vacating, she kind of set the mold for how you win a statewide race in Arizona, which is you move to the center as a Democrat, and you need to win crossover votes from Democrats, from Republicans and independents. Ruben Gallego has clearly done that. Kari Lake is underperforming Donald Trump. Kari Lake has basically attached herself to Donald Trump, said she is going to be the yes person for anything Donald Trump wants to do. As we've heard from Republican voters and even Republican officials, there's only one Donald Trump, and trying to imitate him, to really bask in the glow, has not worked, and it clearly is not working right now for Kari Lake.
Even though she had the golden ticket, which is an endorsement from former President Trump.
Had the endorsement from President Donald Trump, and 46% of the vote so far, and counting, is nothing to sneeze at. She had Donald Trump's endorsement. She may have hurt herself several months ago when she basically, I'll use the term, blackmailed the then chair of the Arizona Republican Party, Jeff DeWitt, to get out when she produced some audio that she recorded of him urging her not to run. I believe it was was it for governor at the time or the Senate? It seems like eons ago. But urging her not to run again, that there might be some money in it.
And I will also say, and weigh in on this if you would, this is not the Republican Party of John McCain and Jeff Flake. The Arizona Republican Party, which held a stronghold as far as sending 2 senators to Washington, has changed.
It has changed, and there's some Republicans who want to go back to that party. It's pretty clear that whatever emerges, whatever this party becomes post-Donald Trump, it's not going to be the party of John McCain or Barry Goldwater, which was a whole different party itself. It's going to be something else. There is kind of a realignment right now in the party where you see Donald Trump reaching, the kind of people Democrats used to reach: working class, Latinos, Anglos, African Americans. They appear to be moving away from the Democratic Party. Democratic Party is a little more college educated than it was in previous years. So there's a massive realignment going on of the parties, and nobody can really say what the Republican Party is going to look like or what the Democratic Party.
But clearly it is evolving and changing, and it's interesting because the Arizona Republican Party and its electorate will vote for a Donald Trump, but will not vote for a Kari Lake.
Yeah.
Right. And, the question is, will Donald Trump win Arizona? That's still in the balance. We don't know. A lot of ballots.
Although he is leading right now.
He's leading, but there's certainly room to,
of course,
room to gain or room to pull ahead.
Let's talk about control of the Arizona legislature.
Well, sure, we can get to that. I think we're going to look at one race.
This is CD2.
CD2. This is the massive district, bigger than most states, or many states, I should say. Getting a little loose with my language late in the evening. CD2 stretches from up north in Flagstaff all the way down to Casa Grande and the tip of Tucson. Eli Crane, Republican Eli Crane, far-right incumbent. For a while there, this happens every election, it seemed like Jonathan Nez, the Democrat and former president of the Navajo Nation, was getting close. There was a poll showing him within just a few points of Eli Crane. Here we are on Election Day. Eli Crane, it appears, will win handily over Jonathan Nez. He's ahead by 12 points. It was one of those blips that lasted. We did talk earlier in the show about the Ann Selzer poll that showed
in Iowa,
that showed Kamala Harris up by 3 points. In all fairness and transparency, it appears Donald Trump is going to win Iowa by 13 points or so, which will satisfy many of the Republicans who thought that poll was bogus. I will say this, it is a very rare, exceedingly rare miss for Ann Selzer, who is widely respected for polling in Iowa. But as in this race, sometimes they get it wrong.
And I think Eli Crane, before we move on to some other races, his comfortable lead over Jonathan Nez also speaks to what you were talking about, and that is appealing to the middle class. He is a very pro-business candidate.
Pro-business candidate, far-right candidate. I should interject, though, we've been talking about the Navajo Nation vote tonight. That hasn't come in yet.
Yeah, and it certainly could swing it. Is it going to be worth
Who helped
12
Jonathan
points,
Nez?
though?
Certainly, right. That's the question. Yeah, or really 6 points, 7 points is all he needs to take the lead. Don't know. I don't think so, but I just don't have the numbers in front of me to figure that out.
All right, let's look at another race here. We'll wait for our producers to.
Let's see. We're going to the legislative. We might go to the legislative districts, and if we do, the story there is Governor Katie Hobbs and her allies poured in millions of dollars, spent millions of dollars with the goal of Democrats taking control of the Arizona House, the Arizona Senate. Katie Hobbs has been living with divided government, Republicans in both chambers who oppose her, the Republican-controlled chambers, gaining control of the House and the Senate. It might only be by just one vote. That's how tight things are.
Sure.
Wow. Could change the whole menu of the kinds of policies and things she could do as governor versus what she's had to endure for the last 2 years. Okay, we are going to go to legislative districts. Let's see LD2, Legislative District 2. That is one of the swing districts. There are about 5, and here we have Judy Schwiebert, former currently House member, Democrat, leading Shauna Bollock by 4 points. Shauna Bollock is the incumbent senator. She was appointed to a seat she had lost in a previous race. Judy Schwiebert leading by 4. That would be a pickup for the Democrats and would turn the Senate into an effective tie at 15-15. So keep your eye on that. Let's go to another swing district. We have LD4. Is LD4 in the file there? There we go. LD4, Christine Marsh, who has had several tough re-election campaigns in that Scottsdale, Paradise Valley, North Central Phoenix area. She's leading Corrine Warner, who is a Scottsdale Unified School Board member, by 4 points. Looks like Christine Marsh is on her way to victory. These have been very tough races. Can we see the House side of LD4, please? Because that's where things get interesting and Democrats have a shot at flipping a seat. So 2 candidates will win election here. The Democrats are barely in the lead. Kelly Butler, who was appointed to the seat, she is in a 1-point lead over Karen Gresham, another Democrat, first-time candidate, current school board member. And you can see Karen Gresham is leading Matt Gress, the Republican incumbent, by, let's see, 300 votes.
Wow.
LD4 always close, and this could go to a recount, perhaps.
Now, in a situation like this, is it a recount or a runoff?
No, it's a recount.
It's a recount.
It's a recount, yeah. The top two vote getters in House races win the seats. And just as a...
I mean, this is really every vote counts.
Every vote, this district, every vote counts. This is one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive district in the state.
Are you shocked that the 2 Democrats are leading the incumbent, Matt Gress?
No, Matt Gress has had a tough time. He was put in a difficult position on the abortion issue. Remember when the legislature was going to repeal the 1864 ban? He was put in a difficult position with Republicans there. He was trying to really walk a fine line in supporting that. Had a really tough time. I'll end on this trivia note. Pamela Carter is the sister of Linda Carter, Wonder Woman.
Oh,
Wonder Woman.
Did not know that.
Arizona grown.
Wonder Woman opposed her own sister running.
Oh, okay.
All right, Bram, thanks. If you're watching here on 12 Plus, we're going to take a quick pause to welcome in our TV audience. You don't have to go anywhere. We're going to be broadcasting right here on 12 Plus. We're back with more no matter where you're watching. Our coverage continues all night long right here on 12 Plus.
This is a 12 News Arizona Decision 2024 update.
Well, we want to welcome in our 12 News audience as you join us locally here to give you an update on what's been happening across the valley and the state. As we keep an eye on all the big races, we're going to be getting you back to NBC coverage in just a few minutes. But thanks for joining us and staying with us for Decision 2024. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Kadiva Devine. We're also joined by 12 News political journalist Bram Resnick. We're going to get you back to NBC coverage coming up in just a few minutes. But first, some results for all those political junkies who are still up at 11:50 tonight. Or 10:50.
Feels like 11:50.
It feels like 11:50 to us.
I'm hearing from a lot of people who are going to bed. So they're having a tough time digesting some of what they're seeing. One part of our audience. There it is, the race for president here in Arizona, battleground Arizona. This is a battle. Donald Trump now leading by 14,000 votes over Kamala Harris. I estimate that 2/3 or so of the ballots have been counted, of the ballots that will be cast have been counted already, half to 2/3. This is just going to go on. A couple counties haven't reported yet. The counting by Maricopa County, the state's largest, is going slower than it usually does. We were warned about this, but there we are. On to the Senate race, Ruben Gallego leading Kari Lake by 6 points. That has held steady all night long. Basically sticking to form. This is what the polls saw. Again, Kari Lake underperforming Donald Trump here in Arizona by 4 points. Clearly a lot of split tickets going on in the Senate and the presidential races.
All right, and we also want to take a look at Prop 139, which is the women's right to have an abortion in Arizona. This would enshrine it into the state constitution.
This is getting wide support. This are really identical to the numbers the polling showed us. Yes side winning with 63% of the vote. That will likely hold. Has not been called yet. This did very well in Maricopa County, Pima, and Coconino counties. Broke even in the more rural counties of Arizona.
Yeah, what do you make of that? Because Donald Trump is leading, but yet the yeses are leading on this prop.
I'm not sure what to make, to be honest. Clearly, some of the yeses voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Obviously. All right, Bram. Well, we'll be here for a few more hours. We want to thank you for watching us here in 12 News. We're going to send you back to NBC national coverage of Decision 2024. We're going to have another update coming up in about an hour or so, so stay with us. Our local election coverage does continue, though, on 12 Plus. Just search for 12 Plus on your Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku.
12 News and 12 Plus, Arizona Decision 2024, and the local race results are pouring in.
It's what tonight is all about.
The surprises,
14 points early on. That's a surprise.
the nail biters,
You're slightly ahead. How are you feeling?
and the state of the biggest race of all.
The race for the White House.
Exclusive 12 News election night coverage of Arizona Decision 2024 on 12 News and 12 Plus starts now.
Good evening, everyone. As we come on the air, 12 News is bringing you live pictures. This is from Mar-a-Lago. That is the stage. You can see with it the American flags all lined up behind it, where we are told that former President Trump is en route to Mar-a-Lago to speak to this huge crowd. Whether or not he's going to declare a victory, we don't know.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, Arizona is a battleground state. We're seeing the results come in. We want to get you to the very latest results right now for the office of president here in Arizona. And right now, Trump is leading with a small lead right now. We've got 50% for Trump and 49% for Kamala Harris. Bram, I want to bring you in to give us a little bit of insight into the results that we're seeing right now.
This is really interesting because part of Donald Trump, the Trump campaign strategy here in Arizona was to try to run up the score outside Maricopa County, which he lost by 40,000 votes back in 2020 to Joe Biden. And it appears he's done that. In particular, he's doing much better in Yuma County. I believe he's doing much better in Mojave County. But the net is Kamala Harris is winning Maricopa County by 25,000 votes. Donald Trump is winning the rest of the state by 37,000 votes.
Interesting.
And that's what's put him in the lead. He might win Arizona without winning the state's largest county.
Which goes against conventional thought, right?
Totally.
Which is if you win Maricopa County, you win the state.
Right.
And let's give this some national context. Right now, if my numbers are correct, you have former President Trump with 248 electoral votes, needs to get to 270. Vice President Harris with 216. She has to win Arizona.
I'd put it another way. She has to win the blue wall. She has to win those three states to get, I believe, and Will correct me if I'm wrong.
But wouldn't you say at this point, and we'll check in with Will, that at least one state that she wasn't expected to win? Now, we know that former President Biden won Arizona narrowly. That was a crossover that helped put him over the top.
Certainly. And it's fair to say that Arizona was a lower tier state for the Democrats. Among pollsters, it was viewed as a lower tier state. The race was always close here, but it wasn't going Harris's way. So it didn't appear that Arizona was going to deliver anything. But at this late stage on election night, it is clear that Arizona won't help her unless she gets the blue wall, and the blue wall states are not going her
But we
way.
do want to point out, we're still waiting on possibly some significant ballots being counted.
Here in Arizona,
Here in Arizona,
yes. We
yeah.
still haven't heard from Apache County. That's home of a large Navajo Nation vote. We still haven't heard from Cochise County, which is home, southern Arizona, border county, home of a large, fairly large Republican vote that could make some difference in the race. Certainly Harris won't get those votes. Joe Biden won Apache County with 66% of the vote back in 2020. So still waiting for them. About more than half of all the projected votes have been counted so far. Okay. So there's still a lot left out there. The vote count has been slower than usual tonight on election night, slower than what we're used to. Yeah. We were warned about this, but even then I'd say it's gone even slower than the warning.
You were saying some of the trucks with the ballots hadn't even returned yet.
Our Colleen Sikora was sharing with us that this is as of about 30, 40 minutes ago, none of the trucks from the tabulation centers had arrived with ballots or the memory cards that have the votes that were cast.
Yeah, so that could be tens of thousands of votes, right? That still haven't even been counted.
Could be hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay, well, with that
Which could change things up, obviously.
Okay, well, with that said, let's go to the U.S. Senate race here in Arizona. This is a big one. Ruben Gallego, the Democrat here, at 52%. Republican Carrie Lake at 46%. So you've got Trump leading, Carrie Lake trailing.
Right. Carrie Lake has underperformed Donald Trump in every poll, virtually every poll, I think except two, going back several months. That is a striking result. Ruben Gallego could be pulling off what might be considered an upset. Carrie Lake ran for governor, lost what was a winnable race, many thought. Ruben Gallego would be the fourth consecutive Democrat to win a Senate race in Arizona in just the last 6 years. That says a lot about today's Republican Party as much as it says something about the Democratic candidates who voters have decided are clearly better.
Another race we're keeping our eyes on, folks, is the race for Maricopa County Sheriff.
This one was a tough one. You had two candidates with pretty rough track records. Plenty to question about their past. Jerry Sheridan, former #2, second in command to Joe Arpaio, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was responsible for the Melendrez case, which resulted in a remediation plan that has cost Maricopa County taxpayers $350 million and counting. Melendrez was a civil rights case. Arpaio, a judge found, discriminated against Latino residents of Maricopa County. Jerry Sheridan was the second in command. Jerry Sheridan tries to separate himself from that, distance himself from Arpaio, but he played a central role in a lot of that. Tyler Camp has been a Democrat for less than a year. Former Phoenix police lieutenant, has some sexual harassment issues in his past. Tough sell to Democrats. This was just a tough race to watch. Jerry Sheridan up by 2 points and might be returning to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. And this, I think, is his third or fourth try.
Wow.
In a sheriff's race.
All right, well, we're going to actually head out to Chase Golightly. He has been at Sheridan's watch party for this entire evening. He caught up with Jerry Sheridan just a little while ago. Let's check back in with him right now. Hi, Chase.
Hey, Karibe, yes, we are still at the watch party, and we're actually joined by GOP candidate Jerry Sheridan right now. Thank you again for staying out late.
No problem.
I know we talked to you shortly after 8 o'clock when that initial ballot dropped. It's been a couple hours now. We've had a couple more votes come in, it appears. How are you still feeling heading into tonight?
I think we'll be fine. You know, it's better to be 2 points up than 2 points down, right? So I think we're going to be okay. And as they continue to count the ballots and the early ballots that came in, I think we'll be fine.
Is there anything, I know that you are currently leading as those still results come in, anything you wish that you could have done differently over the past couple months of years in your campaign?
I hate to say no, but I told myself just the other day, Jerry, you'll be fine. It's up to the voters now, and what happens, happens. It's out of your control. You've done everything you possibly could, and that was really my goal. I worked really hard for 2 years, 7 days a week, and if I wasn't out at an event speaking with some people, I was on the phone trying to make some money for the campaign, to bring money in. We did a pretty darn good job. We raised over $700,000. So in that regard, I think we did well. And then I would answer people's phone calls and text messages and emails right away. And a lot of them said, wow, nobody's ever gotten back to me. I've asked them questions, but you did. And so I tried to do everything I could. Within my experience, I had a great team that was helping me to do some of those issues. And so, no, I don't think I could have done anything else. It's in the fate of the voters.
We were talking about the issues that the sheriff's office is currently facing. If elected, what's your top issue that you want to see change within with the sheriff's office? Your top issue?
My top issue is staffing. And I know that's not very sexy, but think about it. The Sheriff's Office is supposed to have 4,006 employees, and currently they have maybe 2,600. And we cannot do our job keeping people safe, or keeping those jails safe if we don't have adequate staff. So I've been working on that since August of last year, and I've got ideas. And again, don't forget, I spent 40 years there, 20 of those years as an executive chief. So I know how to hire people. I know how to get things done, and I know how the pre-employment services, the recruiting, all those things need to be enhanced. And I can't wait to get there to do it.
And I know, just talking about your experience, like you said, 40 years with the sheriff's office. Like you said, you started when you were about 18 or 19 years old and kind of worked your way up to the ladder. I know you said that you've served underneath 4 sheriffs, but of course, whenever we talk about you, Sheriff Joe Arpaio always comes up. Has he reached out to you at all tonight? When was the last time you talked to him?
I talked to him. He called me on Sunday. And, you know, we had a 5-10 minute conversation. And so that's the first time I talked to him in a couple of months.
Gotcha. Did he endorse you in this race?
No, he did not. And if you remember back in 2020, he ran against me in the primary. And then he told me earlier on this year that he was going to stay out of the race. And then he wound up endorsing one of my opponents. And he knows I didn't seek his endorsement. I want the public to understand I'm Jerry Sheridan. I'm not Joe Arpaio 2.0. And that I know how to run the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and I'm not going to do it under the shadow of Joe Arpaio. I'm old enough and I'm experienced enough to do this myself. And I know the media loves to bring him up. And, you know, for a long time, he was a great sheriff. He did a lot of wonderful things. And towards the end, he made some big mistakes, too. So, you know, I want to remember him for the good things that I learned from him on how to treat people, how to treat the deputies, how to get things done. And I'd rather people begin to forget about the things that he did that were not so good.
And then just talking again about, you know, the sheriff before you, Sheriff Paul Penzone, who stepped down because he said with that federal monitoring that's going on, he felt that he couldn't fully carry out his duties as a sheriff, a reason why he stepped down. And we know just with everything going on, it's cost the taxpayers a lot of money. Is there any way past this? It's been going on for a long time. Can you see a future where the sheriff's office moves forward past that?
Yes, absolutely. Again, I mean, these are things that I think about and have for the last couple of years. I have a secret weapon. I'm not ready to say who he is that I'm going to bring in. And I can't really do that until I know I'm the candidate. I'm not the candidate anymore. I'm the sheriff-elect. But somebody that's pretty prominent in town that is going to be very good to help me with the Melendrez lawsuit. And so I've already, you know, this is what I think about at 3 o'clock in the morning, okay, when I should be sound asleep. But I worry about these things because we need to fix this. It's costing the taxpayers a lot of money. And I think all it is a miscommunication between the court and the sheriff's office. Let's face it, the judge wants bias-free policing. I want bias-free policing. How do we do this? How do we measure this? And I think that's really the only thing right now is how do you measure that? And maybe we all can sit down at a table and figure it out.
Definitely.
Right?
Well, we'll see if elected, if this comes your way, who you're bringing on board, so we'll be able to keep a close eye on everything.
Well,
but sir, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're out here in North Scottsdale, but we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in studio.
All right, Chase, thank you. 248 electoral votes has former President Donald Trump right now. That means, if my math is correct, 22 votes away from 270, which would put him back to the White House. He has taken Georgia and North Carolina and has a fairly comfortable path to return to the White House at this point. As Bram mentioned earlier, Vice President Harris would have to take all the blue wall states and probably win a few more along the way, maybe or maybe not Arizona. So how are the Democrats feeling about that? For more on that and the Democratic situation tonight in Arizona, let's check in with Tram Mai at Democratic headquarters. Tram?
Hi, Hi, Mark. Yes, the party is wrapping up right now. It just ended at 11 o'clock just a couple of minutes ago, but I can tell you it has been quite the party here, even though so many races too close to call, as you were just talking about. However, one race that we have been watching very closely, obviously, the U.S. Senate race between Democrat Ruben Gallego and Republican Kari Lake. And what was interesting, as I bring in Joe Dana, what was interesting was when Ruben took the stage, he pretty much made a victory speech.
Well, it had that tone, except he did make sure to say that it was still too early, right?
Right.
And so, but he talked about his life story and sort of put into perspective the possibility that he could be heading to the Senate. In fact, let's take a listen to a little bit of what he said.
Growing up the way that I did, the son of immigrants, I would never thought I would make it this far. To be here on this stage tonight. And while we're still waiting for results to come in, I believe that when all those ballots are counted and every Arizona's vote is counted, a poor Latino boy who grew up sleeping on the floor will be headed to the floor of the United States Senate. The first Latino senator in Arizona history.
So, a night of mixed results for the Democrats and potentially devastating results on the highest level, right? Did have this very bright spot. And in terms of morale of the crowd, I think it was important for them to hear from Congressman Gallego. The fact that he has this kind of lead certainly looks good for him, but obviously a lot of votes left to count.
Yeah, his speech was very personal. I mean, he was thanking his brothers in the Marine. He was thanking his family who was out here, kids, wife Sydney. I mean, a lot of people. It was very, very emotional, and he truly spoke from his heart.
And let's not forget, he has talked about protecting democracy as a U.S. Senator. And if the trends continue, and you do have President Trump in office, if he wins, it will be senators like Ruben Gallego who Democrats and many others will look to try to hold the line on, all kinds of issues. And so Ruben Gallego, if he does end up winning, could be a key leader for Democrats in the coming years.
All right, Joe, thank you so much. We want to continue our live team coverage and bring in 12 News journalist Erica Stapleton. Erica, we know that you've been watching a number of races, many of them too close to call, one of them being the Maricopa County Recorder's Office.
Yeah, Tram, speaking of counting votes, that's what the Recorder's Office does. And we are watching this race. It's between Republican Justin Heap and Democrat Tim Stringham. And right now, Stringham has a slight lead over Heap, but it's absolutely too close to call, especially because here in Maricopa County, we have not seen all those ballots come in yet, or at least be tabulated. So we've only gotten one initial batch that's come out so far. And it's really important to watch this office, I think, because they've gone through a lot over the past few years. With the 2020 election, a lot of people calling up doubts, saying, oh, we don't trust the voting process. The recorder currently, Stephen Richer, he's put a lot of effort into trying to dispel those claims of voter fraud and say, hey, here's our process, here's where we're transparent. He ended up losing in the primary, but he's still going forward, trying to say, hey, here's how we're doing our job. It's going through now. And that's been a big topic throughout this entire race, is how can people trust the election process? And that is something I was able to ask Tim Stringer earlier tonight. Take a listen. There are people out there that don't trust the election process. What do you say to them to restore their faith?
Yeah, come inside. You can volunteer to be a poll worker for next cycle. We're going to start up tours again down at the tabulation facility. And if you have well-founded concerns about the election, we want to hear those. And if Justin Heap beats me in the election, I'll give him the call tonight. I'll wish him well, and I'm sure he's going to want to hear those concerns too.
And Tram, Tim Stringham also talked a lot about reaching across the aisle, saying he's a Democrat, but he needs to reach Republicans. We're at a point where it's so divisive and people don't trust the other side, and we need to come to a point of unity. So he spoke a lot about that, and not just for his office, for all the offices, all the people that are up for election. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, and certainly something to ask candidates as they officially become elected to these races now.
Yeah, that idea of unity was a very common theme throughout tonight. I think that's something that both parties can agree to, is how to come together in this very divisive environment. All right, I want to thank you, Joe. Thank you, Erica, for this live team coverage here at the Democratic Watch Party. This place is starting to clear out here at the Hilton Phoenix Resort, and that's going to do it for us for this long night, but still a night that has still a lot of races that are too close to call. So with that, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that's right, Tram. And of course, we do want to mention again that the Republicans did not hold a watch party this election. The Democrats did, which is why you're seeing some of the coverage there. The Republicans did not. However, we do have our 12 News journalist, Bianca Bono, who has been standing outside of Kari Lake's campaign headquarters all evening long. Bianca, what have you seen there? Have we heard from Kari Lake? We know that she is tweeting on X right now. What are you hearing?
Yeah, we have been monitoring Kari Lake's campaign office here in Phoenix all night long, where we have seen some of her team members come and go throughout the night, but we believe Kari Lake has been monitoring the results alongside her family and some other team members. But as you alluded to, other than some reposts on X regarding frustrations about Maricopa County's tabulation process and a message about former President Trump's race, we have not heard anything from her or her team since polls closed, and certainly since the initial results dropped. But we are closely watching her on social media to try to get a sense of how she is feeling so far. But leading up to this point, she said she has felt confident. She told me on Friday that looking back on her campaign, she couldn't think of anything that she would have done differently. But we have seen in these initial results, with again still a lot more to come, those elusive voters that pollsters were talking about leading up to this election, they exist. Voters who casted their vote for Donald Trump, but instead of voting for the Trump-endorsed Senate candidate in Kari Lake, they voted for her opponent in Ruben Gallego, and that was especially evident in Maricopa County's first ballot drop tonight. Now, notably, earlier today, when we caught up with Kari Lake at a polling location, she was asked if she would accept the results of this election regardless of the outcome. She said yes. We're live in Phoenix tonight. Bianca Bono, 12 News.
Thank you for your coverage there. We'll wait to see what Kari Lake has to say tomorrow. In the meantime, we want to continue our coverage with 12 News journalist Colleen Sikora, who is at the Maricopa County Tabulation Center. Colleen, look, this is sort of home base for everything that's going to happen in Maricopa County tonight. What are you hearing, and what's the latest?
Well, we do know that just within the last half hour, we have seen a second batch of results released. This included about 10,000 votes. So that is a sign that those vote centers are starting to be able to, number one, count those late early ballots that were dropped off today, hand count those, see how many were dropped off before they're able to bring the memory cards, bring the trucks, and bring those late early ballots back here to MCTEC, and then add those memory cards into the server here to aggregate the votes and take those votes as and report those votes. But that 8 p.m. drop, I do want to address that. Those ballots were received by the county by last Tuesday, a week ago. In recent years, we've seen that 8 p.m. drop include ballots received through Friday. Supervisor Bill Gates pointed to that two-page ballot, the first Maricopa County has had since 2006, taking time to process, in addition to historic turnout. Still, though, he's expecting to finish tabulating every last ballot in the 10 to 13 days the county has anticipated weeks ago.
We understand that attention that's being paid, and we want to move through this as quickly as possible, and we still feel confident that we will complete all of the tabulating and reporting of ballots somewhere between 10 to 13 days, which is where historically we've been in Maricopa County, really since the 1990s.
And I will note, I know Bram has noted it too, Wednesday's results are expected to be a little bit larger than normal, so we're going to be looking out for that, as well as we're also expecting to learn tomorrow how many of those late early ballots were dropped off today. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Colleen, thank you so much. All right, we're going to turn our attention to Will Pitts. He is following the electoral count across the country right now. Will, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I want to take this from an Arizona-centered standpoint, because we're in Arizona. So If Arizona stays the way it is, which is trending toward Donald Trump right now, that's 11 electoral votes. He needs 23. Off the AP, AP is saying 247. That's where we stand right now. He needs 23 more to get to 270. Basically, if he takes Arizona and he takes Michigan, it's over. If he takes Arizona and Pennsylvania, it's over. If he takes Wisconsin, he's going to need a little boost, which means if he also takes Nevada, then it's also over. Michigan and Pennsylvania will do it. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania will also do it. So a lot of these are too close to call at this point, but take a look at what's happening in some of these states. If I switch to the county leader, this is Wisconsin, and Madison, a couple of other counties, they are definitely trending blue. They are being overwhelmed at this point by all of the rural counties that are very, very trending red. Same thing is happening in Pennsylvania. You've got Philadelphia, Allentown, Harrisburg, Pittsburgh. Yes, they're all trending toward Harris, but the rest of the state is being a deep, deep red. Now, Bram, we had talked about this earlier. The same thing is happening here in Arizona. When we switch to county leader, we've got the three most populous counties, Coconino, Phoenix, you've got Tucson down there. They are trending toward Harris also. They are just being overwhelmed by the other counties in the state that are trending red. So a lot of these are going to be called days away, but you've got a lot of votes left to count. But if this holds the way it is right now, then this is going to be a landslide. But we don't really know if this is going to be the way the map ends up being. Now, we also want to point out one little quirk here. All the other states, they get to put all of their electoral votes toward one person. Maine is an outlier, and so is Nebraska. They actually get to split their votes. So right now, Maine is sitting with one definitely confirmed for Harris, one leaning toward Trump. Nebraska split 2-1, 2 Republican, 1 Democrat, and that's basically decided right there. That one vote may not end up being too critical, guys, but right now, again, if this doesn't turn, it's going to be way more than 270 for Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is a repeat in a lot of ways of 2016. You know, people voted for Donald Trump. They liked his message. They liked what he stood for, and it was not even close.
Yeah.
Well, 2 points to that. I remember this is really bringing back sharp memories of 2016 when, at around 10 o'clock or so, Arizona time, didn't seem we knew who was winning, and then suddenly all the dominoes fell in Donald Trump's direction. And it feels like the same thing is going to happen, about to happen tonight when you look at the blue wall states where Donald Trump is leading. And it has to be said, this victory is historic. Kamala Harris's victory would have been historic, first woman. This victory is historic in that Donald Trump would be the first president-elect who's ever been convicted of a crime. He faces sentencing in about 3 weeks. He has been indicted on charges of conspiring to overturn an election. And that is just the beginning of the rule of law issues when it comes to Donald Trump, not to mention many other things he said and done and some of the policies he plans to carry out, in particular here in Arizona, what could be a mass deportation of undocumented immigrants, and as one of his aides, potential aides, has said, including their legal citizen children. So it is historic for many of the wrong reasons. I've heard people say, you know what, this race is about the candidates, but it's more about us.
It's
our choices and why.
Correct.
And this is something we as a country have to figure out and sort through.
I just want to point out to all of our viewers, what you're seeing on the right-hand side, this is a live feed from Mar-a-Lago. We understand that former President Trump is on the way there. A lot of his big, high-profile endorsers are there in attendance, have been walking into the room, people like Tucker Carlson. As soon as he hits the stage, whether we're here on the air on Channel 12 or you're watching on NBC coverage, they will be sure to take that. And finally, I want to get a quick thought on this. This is the second time, candidate regardless, that America has had a chance to break the quote-unquote glass ceiling and has failed. You wonder how many more years it will take. If this holds up and Donald Trump is reelected, it will be before we see a female president in the United States.
I don't think it's going to be that long. I think we are on the cusp of generational change among voters. There's a massive realignment going on. The baby boomers are fading from the stage. Big changes are afoot. I'm hopeful it's not that much longer.
All right, Bram, thank you so much. We have much more to come. We're going to leave you on television right now, but we hope you'll join us on 12 Plus for continued coverage of Decision 2024.